Tudo certo? Bom dia a todos. Primeiramente, queria agradecer a todos que estão presentes e online acompanhando esse evento. Com grande satisfação que a gente traz Daniel Cervone, Walter Scott, para o Brasil para falar um pouco da personalidade sobre a perspectiva da teoria social cognitiva. Esse é um evento que conta com a ajuda e apoio de muita gente, incluindo a Roberta Aze, Roberto Tadeu e o Roraima, que ainda não chegou. Então, vou deixar isso gravado aqui para ele ver depois. E também o apoio da Unicamp, FCM, que cedeu espaço, deu todo o apoio para a gente fazer, a diretoria, a CAC, que está cuidando da parte técnica. E sem mais delongas, vou passar a palavra para o Dan, que vai fazer a primeira fala aí para a gente. Dan, it's up to you now, please.
Thank you. Told I'm allowed to take off my mask when speaking, and I've done it. Well, first, greetings, including to the many of you who aren't here and are on video. Thank you for coming on video. My understanding from Dario is that not only if you're here, but if you're on video, there is some mechanism to ask questions and get the questions to myself and Professor Scott. So feel free to do that. There will be plenty of time for questions. First, I'd like to say it's my second time here in Brazil. Hopefully not the last time. I believe there's already 10 second time back. So I'd like to thank Dario and also, of course, Roberto and Nani. Oh, and Roberta Aze for their support. And I'll just find out what Roberta. There are 4 of these talks, mostly in English, except for the words talks, that's okay. 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and Professor Scott will do the same thing, 2 today and 2 tomorrow. So that's the plan. I'm not even going to try to overview them all at the beginning. That would be kind of crazy because the outline had 50 points. But hopefully they'll be clear, and so I'll just start, and then by the end of the day tomorrow, we will find out if they were clear. The first one is titled Approaching Social Cognitive Theory. As you'll see from my clever illustration, we'll be approaching social cognitive theory slowly. It hasn't even gotten here yet. There it is. My assumption for the talk, and of course it's unfortunately with so many people not in the room, there's no way to check this by having people nod or shake their head no. But my assumption for the talk is that I don't need to tell you what social cognitive theory is. I don't need to tell you who this Albert Bandura person was. So I'm not going to do an historical background because my assumption is that if you've signed up for something with this name that has social cognitive theory in it, you're not starting from scratch. Nonetheless, the talk is proceeding slowly, as you can see already. It's quite slow. For the following reason, if you are highly familiar with Albert Bandura's work, then, or even modestly, you know that there are certain things in his work, in his writing, that actually don't happen. Bandura's, and I'll explain what this thing is on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. But when Bandura writes at length, often he starts in a place that's later than other people would start. Some people would provide background, explain why they're doing something, explain alternative approaches, and would set up the ideas before presenting them. Bandura, including in this book that's on screen, presents them. The opening phrase of many papers essentially is, but sometimes cannot clearly see exactly why those ideas are highlighted in social cognitive theory. This sometimes results in confusion. Look, here's a confusion now. So on screen, I should tell everybody what this is. This is the first public appearance of the cover of what surely will be Albert Bandura's last book. So I'll take a moment to say what that is. Bandura passed away a year ago, right? Within a few weeks. Was writing, but was, for the obvious reason, unable to finish his last book. The Bandura family asked me to pick up pieces of paper, literally, and finish off the book. It was straightforward to do that because Professor Bandura had outlined the entirety of the book. So everything that is in the outline of the book was already in Bandura's notes. It's just happened that some of the writing was not finished, but because Bandura wrote so prolifically, it was possible to go back to similar writing on the same topic and simply to modify that to fit in the book, and that's what happened, and that's what gives us this book. The purpose of the book, I'll just say briefly and then I'll get to the quote, is to present a concise overview of the entirety of social cognitive theory. An odd feature, not just for Bandura, but because of his impact for psychology in general, is that there is previously no available, concise, book-length presentation of social cognitive theory. There's only one seriously up-to-date book-length presentation from 1986. That is so long ago that the book is, for all intents and purposes, out of print or available only for $200 in the US because it's a rare book. And if you get that book, as many of you know, Social Foundations of Thought and Action, the book is of such length that you have to have, a half a year of the book to work slowly through the book. Bandura wisely decided for his last book to write a concise summary of what he had been doing essentially since, let's say, 1975 or so, when social cognitive theory really starts to become social cognitive theory. And he, of course, was well aware that no such single volume overview was available, so his last book is not a set of reflections on his career. It's not a casual biography. It's the definitive statement of social cognitive theory that happens to have been written at the very end of his life. Within it, there's only one comment in the entire book that's like this. Using an in-out metaphor, Bandura writes within social cognitive theory. He doesn't conceptually step out of it very much to comment on it. From a third-person perspective, he tells you what. But at one point, he suddenly does say that something oddly has gone wrong. What's odd is that he, of course, has spent decades writing about social cognitive theory. This is somebody who is not only the most highly cited psychologist of the last half century, but the most, at the time of his death, or prior to it, the most highly cited author of books in the humanities or social sciences, for those of you who don't know that. So you would think that everybody would know precisely what the main point of social cognitive theory was, yet even Bandura realizes that one aspect of his work, one of a dozen, has gotten so much attention that it appears to many people that that's what social cognitive theory is. They appear to conflate the study of self-efficacy beliefs with the entire social cognitive framework. This is a mistake. So the slowness, which is going even more slowly than I had anticipated, the slowness of this presentation is so that by the end of this and the next presentation, at least whoever's listening, now or in the future on YouTube, will not make the same mistake. And I think that's essentially what Bandura was trying to achieve in this book, because he realized that something had become so popular that the rest of the intellectual framework was starting to disappear from the intellectual scene. No, sorry, this is a quick note. No, this is the Bandura's biography in the New York Times. It essentially shows that Bandura's quote was correct. If the people here were writing the headline, I doubt anyone would write leading psychologist of aggression. Bandura had not conducted a study on aggression, at least for 40 years. He had written one book on aggression. In 1973, his most highly cited work has nothing to do with aggression. Nonetheless, in our finest of newspapers, at least in the United States, that's the headline he was most known for, which seems odd if you, but I mean, it's a fine study, the Bobo doll study, but that's not the most important thing he did. So just, by the way, for the purpose of these lectures, the major overview of Bandura's social cognitive theory is not this lecture, it's the one that starts in 1 hour and 10 minutes. It's the second of the lectures. So if you're wondering during this talk, what happened? Where's the part about Bandura? That's lecture 2 for reasons that hopefully will become obvious. That's, in essence, the slowness of this slow approach. The fact that Bandura himself thinks that people weren't properly understanding what he was doing. And note the curiosity. He cited one feature of his work saying that people are focusing only on this, not seeing the whole theory. The New York Times, our best newspaper, identifies a different feature of his work and says that's what he was doing. That's quite odd for any intellectual figure of this magnitude. You know, if people asked what was Einstein doing, everybody would have gotten it right. So this raises the question of what it was he actually doing. Here's something. Not long ago, this question was asked in Portuguese at a convention of people who are expert on this topic, some of whom are in the room and some of whom are in the vast masses in cyberspace. What is it that is the great central legacy of social cognitive theory? A word cloud was computed, probably by somebody sitting right here, to display, of course, in a word cloud, size of font, frequency of response. There were quite a lot of responses. Perhaps it's a theory of learning, or human functioning, or these are fine things. I suspect people who gave this answer are sitting right here. But this unusualness is the diversity of this. If you imagine that we were at an evolutionary biology conference and someone said, well, what is Darwinian natural selection a theory of? It would be a silly question. If forced to answer, everyone in unison would say it's a theory of the evolution of species. There wouldn't be any controversy. The word cloud would have one word in the middle. It would say the evolution of species. This word cloud has an uncountably large number of words. So there's something odd, and that's what we're spending quite a lot of time on, I see, trying to get at to start. Some of you may have seen I sent a preliminary paper. I'm sure some people saw this. My apologies that this will now be redundant with that, so there will be no surprises. But one way of asking, what is this thing, is not to look at the parts one at a time, but to step back holistically and ask, why are these parts there in the first place? When the thing was designed, what exactly what did the designer have in mind? And so one example of that, if something has some parts, you can figure out a strategy for figuring out what the thing is not to work one part at a time, but to figure out its purpose And then, if you figure out its purpose, then the parts become obvious. And if you saw this paper I sent down, this thing is not a bird with a beak turned sideways with a guitar on the side. But once you know what it is, then all the parts become obvious. Oh, that part slices the avocado after it's opened, which means the other part must have been the thing that opened it. And then now the hole in the middle, which of course is completely mysterious when you start, is I guess this works. I've not actually used one of these, but for nostalgic reasons, I should probably get one after this and should have ordered it from Amazon. It apparently takes the pit out of the thing. So now, usually that's applied, of course, to objects. I've actually never seen somebody say this for a theory, because it's rare that a theory of this magnitude has the creator saying that people are mixing up the purpose of the theory. So now we could do this for social cognitive theory. Someone created it. There he is now creating social cognitive theory, or taking one of his breaks in his backyard, growing avocados, surely. So now we can ask, well, what exactly was Albert Bandura doing? This requires the first step then, this is the logic of the talk, to figure out the purpose, and then you know the parts. It's reasonable, of course, to first say, what are the parts? For the avocado, we could see the parts. Yeah, that's that slicey part at the bottom, the strange eye in the middle, the bird beak on top. At least we could see the parts. So that means for social cognitive theory, one has to identify the parts just to get going. This is quite easy. It's straightforward. There's no question that at the most abstract level of analysis, if you want to ask, what are the two parts? What are the parts? I've given it away already. There's going to be two of them. Everything in social cognitive theory, and if you haven't thought of this already, it's obvious once stated, there's two conceptual parts. One is that there's it's social cognitive theory, so there's an analysis of cognition. There's some set of ideas, one could call them theoretical claims, I guess is a fair thing to say, but obviously they're reasonably correct, about human thinking capacities. And the other is an approach to, in a broad way, an approach to scientific explanation. And then if you put these two parts together, if someone told you these two parts, you probably could figure out, in a sense, much of the rest of social cognitive theory. I won't do it as an exercise, but if somebody was new to this, within 5 minutes I could stop, and then you could go home and work out what social cognitive theory is, and you'd probably figure out something resembling social cognitive theory once you get these two parts. So the two main parts, of course there's a lot going on, but the two main parts are the claims about human cognition, which can be thought of as a model of the mind. Like there's, of course, different ways of thinking about the mind. One can think about the mind in a very detailed, sort of more molecular way, which we're not going to do here, but if you were a cognitive scientist and you were thinking about the mind, you would be working at a lower, in a sense, level of analysis. You might imagine a connectionist network of individual nodes, none of which carried any information, but which, as an emergent property of the system, was able to do certain functions. Bandura is not doing that. What he's doing is consistent, I think, strongly consistent with what would occur in cognitive science. He's working, though, at a much higher level of analysis, analyzing human cognitive capabilities. And then the approach to scientific explanation is a particular kind of strategy, and so we'll do these one at a time. We're reverse engineering it, so when we get to the first one, we're simultaneously saying what it is and what it's there for. The first one, the claims about human cognition, are a set of cognitive capabilities. Fundamental human capabilities, I think, is the three-word noun phrase in Bandura's 1986 book. Since none of these will seem surprising to you, even if you're new to social cognitive theory, and do not have a long background history in psychology, it would be possible to wonder, why is he even talking about this? Everybody knows that human cognitive capabilities is self-evident. However, there's a reason. Before any of you, and even me, were born, there were other perspectives on the following question. What are the core units of analysis? Where should we start by running a psychology? I won't go off track, but most of the major theories of human nature, if they're distinct from one another, the distinction is the starting place. What is, in the philosophical term, the ontology? What do you think exists as you're modeling? You're developing a conceptual model of mind. So if you were Freud, you think there exist mental systems with different layers. Some of them are unconscious. If you were a humanistic psychologist of the middle 20th century, you think there's a holistic self-concept and a motivational force to grow and achieve self-actualization. The background for Bandura, getting his degree in the 1950s in psychology, unquestionably is the behaviorism of B.F. Skinner. The behaviorism of B.F. Skinner lurks in the background for much of Bandura's writing. It's hard for the 21st, what century is it, psychologist to even fully appreciate the magnitude of impact of B.F. Skinner's work, but if you don't know this, B.F. Skinner's impact was so large within academic psychology that I've seen course catalogs of the psychology courses in which the courses would look like math courses that had calculus 1, 2, and 3. Everyone would take operant behaviorism, operant conditioning 1, the next semester 2, the next semester 3. Entire textbooks, including at the introductory psychology level, were built under the assumption that the framework for psychology in general was operant behaviorism, and at the height of this, B.F. Skinner was surely America's most well-known psychologist. He was on the cover of magazines when his most highly selling, not this, a subsequent book came out. So that's the background, and of course the theoretical conception of Skinner is that one does not have to posit distinctly human cognitive capabilities. That's why Skinner's first book is called, if you don't know this, The Behavior of Organisms. You could be a paramedic. It could be pretty much anything, and it was the most ostentatious title in history until How the Mind Works by Steven Pinker. But yes, behavior of organisms. It makes no difference which organism it is. The logic there was, just like with Galileo, if something is dropped and it's going to fall at a speed, it certainly doesn't make any difference if I drop the microphone or drop the glass of water, it falls at the same speed. So that's the background. There are no distinctly human capabilities. The things that seem like distinctly human capabilities, like speaking, are just behaviors no different in type than pressing on a lever. So that's the background. I'll try to speed up. I've spent a lot of time on the background. That's why Bandura outlines a set of human capabilities. Now they're fundamental. It's a little imprecise. Sometimes they're basic and sometimes they're fundamental, but whatever. Within social, I'm going to do this quickly because this is, of course, the focus of the next lecture. As presented in social cognitive theory in press, Bandura highlights 4 capabilities, and what he means implicitly is that if you were spending your time studying rats in a box, in a Skinner box, this is the background. The rats in the Skinner box are not asking them, oh, what am I going to do after the experiment is over? They don't engage in forethought. For those of you in cognitive science, though Bandura doesn't say this and use this term, the other organisms are not engaging in mental time travel. They're not, there's, to my knowledge, right there, I'll check the room, there is no evidence that any other organism other than us, the people, are asking questions like, oh, what will I have for lunch tomorrow? Related to that, it's pretty closely related, is this notion of intentionality, which in fact I've almost mixed up with forethought, which tells us something, which is that people plan courses of action. You could deliberately plan, far ahead of time. Perhaps I'll wear a red tie to keep the audience awake when giving the lecture in 3 weeks. I'm going to skip and then I'll go back. Self-reflection is that people, in social cognitive theory or any philosophical analysis of people would say the distinctive thing about people is that they don't just act in the world, but think about the fact that they acted in the world and reflect on their capabilities, for example, to act in the world, what Bandura calls self-reflection. And then fourth, even though it's third on screen, is something that I'll try to highlight sooner or later, because it's the underplayed part of social cognitive theory. It's the part that Bandura, I'm guessing, has in mind when saying that people mix up social cognitive theory and self-efficacy beliefs. And it's the concept of self-reactions, that people have standards for behavior, evaluate themselves with respect to those standards, that this happens not continuously, but so close to continuously that the word continuously comes to mind. That people are just, oh, that part of the talk went well, oh, no, I'm going off track in small ways. And that the adjustments that are made to behavior are significantly guided by this ongoing flow of positive and negative feeling states or evaluative self-reactions. This is not precisely how he presents these. It's very close. In 1986, in Social Foundations of Thought and Action, he presents them this way. It's a little, not, warning, not everything in social cognitive theory is presented ideally. This is not a Newtonian presentation with a series of formulas that can be derived from one another. Not everything is presented in the most absolutely consistent manner in the theory as a whole, because you may have noticed the previous slide didn't mention psychological modeling. And this one does. Vicarious capability is the ability to, of course, to experience and learn from events that are somebody else's events vicariously. Obviously, any organism that has the ability for forethought and self-reflection and intentionality probably has the capacity for but whatever, that's the way they're presented in Social Foundations of Thought and Action. So that's the first part. The second part is this. In the long, multi-syllabic terminology that is social cognitive theory, it's an idea called triadic reciprocal determinism, which probably everybody is somewhat familiar with if they've seen Bandura's work. What I'm going to do for a minute is to, in a sense, take it apart into pieces. So the concept, again, always lurking in the background is behaviorism. Somewhat lurking in the background also are conceptions like trait psychology conceptions, in which you simply are kind of born with a trait, and it comes leaping out of your head in the incredibly vague language of personality psychology. The trait manifests itself in behavior, whatever that means. So everybody recognizes that if somebody does something, it reflects partly them and partly the environment. If you think even a little bit about this, you realize that's somewhat inadequate because persons and environments influence one another. I'm going to put up a particular person. I have no idea how well known or not known at all this person is to an audience of Brazilian psychologists, but this is the intellectually great figure internationally in the field of social psychology and partly personality psychology. The Polish, even though with the wars they kept having, sometimes the land was in Germany and sometimes it was in Poland, but ancestrally, Polish psychologist Kurt Lewin, if you've never seen his work, Kurt Lewin is one of the most brilliant psychologists of the century. He also had a particular mathematical background. He was a topologist by training, and so he tended, in all his theorizing, to try to go as far as he could in formalisms. This is not a precise formalism, but in any case, Lewin recognized, and this is pre-war, that everybody knows that behavior is a function of, everybody in personality psychology knows that behavior is a function of the person. Everybody in social psychology knows that behavior is a function of the environment, and that the way to think about all of this, and therefore in some very, very abstract way, to unify, if you care about the sub-disciplines, personality and social psychology, is to think of persons and environments as being interacting factors, and the goal then, of course this is at the most abstract level, but it suggests that the goal then is to talk about the way in which social settings interact with personal factors in bringing about social behavior. And this, in fact, is most, and I'm sure Bandura knew this, this is most of Bandura's model. It's not all of it, and then it's interesting to see what it isn't. So that's the what Bandura calls the partially bidirectional, every term in the analysis of scientific explanation by Bandura has at least 4 syllables, it seems. But that is the partially bidirectional model, which is the same model as Kurt Lewin's. And then Bandura's is like that. So it's the simplest thing in the world to draw. It's a concept of mutual back and forth interactions. The only thing that the talk has a structure to it, as you'll see in a moment. It's reasonable to then ask, what actually was unique about Bandura's model? He did not invent the notion of reciprocal causality, which I believe can be found in the German philosopher Kant in the 18th century. The concept of reciprocal interactions is part of any systems way of thinking, which soon after World War II everybody started to think of it that way. Also, it's not unique, the behavior to environment part of Bandura's model is also not unique. Skinner wasn't crazy. He was well aware that when an organism acts upon the environment in which it lives, it changes that environment. That's the BDE part of Bandura's model. So everything is in somebody else's work except that. The one genuinely distinctive feature of Bandura's model, even though he draws all these arrows and everything's interacting, is highlighting the fact that what we think of as persons, the analysis of what I'll call personality systems, the P is persons here, of course, the qualities, the attributes of persons come about developmentally, in part by the fact that people reflect on their own behavior. He says that clearly, and that's the feature that as I scan in the main psychologists I've mentioned, that's not clearly stated. It is clearly stated, and this is not part of these talks, in the humanistic psychologies, including by the American psychologist Carl Rogers, whose work is frankly more related to Bandura's probably than people have pointed out. So that's the unique part. Now the talk moves ahead. There have been 2 parts to social cognitive theory. And now we're doing the reverse engineering with the avocado slicer. I have not forgotten that. There are these 2 parts. Now we can return to this question that was on screen and generated the word cloud, whatever that was, a few months ago. What is this theory a theory of? Well, at this point it becomes obvious. Let's see, there was 2 parts. One part, I'm sorry, I'm acting out the emoticon. One part was an analysis of the capabilities of persons. The other part was a strategy of scientific explanation whose unique feature has to do with the development of persons. Well, bingo, as they say in the United States, the only plausible thing to say about what social cognitive theory is the one that's in the title of Bandura's forthcoming book that says it's a theory of human nature, that it's a theory of persons. It's in essence a personality theory. So that means whoever said, hooray for that person. If you're, I don't know if you're here today or if you're at home, please email in and Walt Scott will send you a prize. And note, once you say that, it's obvious. So sorry, this is the advertisement. Sorry, this is in the United States, you're not supposed to put up textbooks you've written as part of your talk that seemed so dysfunctional that I'm skipping that implicit rule. This is the forthcoming edition of a personality textbook. The chapters are like this. There's a section on psychodynamic theory, on trait theory, on social cognitive theory. That's 3 of the 4 or 5 major theories. If you go back to Social Foundations of Thought and Action, it begins with coverage of psychodynamic theory, trait theory, and then presents social cognitive theory. And if you thought of behaviorism as a theory of personality, Bandura knows what he's doing. For those of you who are historians, for some reason, in the middle parts of his career, he doesn't blatantly say this is a theory about personality. He does at the beginning of his career, when his first major, not major, but the first thing that looks contemporary is a book with Richard Walters called Social Learning and Personality Development. He does later in his career when he has a chapter or more on social cognitive theory of personality. For some reason, that's not what it says in the 1970s and 80s, and that, of course, contributes to the fact that people conflate social cognitive theory with one little part. And in case one is wondering, one needn't guess. This is a quote from, of all people, Bandura. Social cognitive theory provides, I highlighted it, he didn't have it in bold, an integrated theory of personality that addresses the complexity of human development, adaptation, and change from an agentic perspective. Oh, and then it continues. This appears not to be the only one of these social cognitive theories of personality. Bandura explicitly tells us that somebody else has one of these too. It's Walter Mischel, who valiantly fought the trait war for decades, which is not an overstatement, also provides a theory of personality that, the rest of the sentence means, does the same thing I did. This raises the question, what was Walter Mischel doing? As I know from an earlier trip, unlike an American psychologist who thinks of, I'm sorry, but there is a difference here, who thinks of Bandura and Mischel as essentially doing the same thing, working in parallel, and unlike American psychology, where Walter Mischel was about as prominent, he also passed away a couple of years ago, about as prominent a psychologist as there can be, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, the president of every organization one can think of. However, whatever happened, my understanding is that here it's reasonable to ask the question, what was, as our friend ponders, what exactly was Walter Mischel doing? So what I'm going to do for this talk is now to spend more than a couple of minutes explaining what Walter Mischel was doing, and so here it goes. Of course, I won't assume you know this. Walter Mischel was a psychologist who moved, he had been at Colorado and Harvard, then moved to Stanford University and was at Stanford from the mid-1960s until the late 1980s. And in the day-to-day life of the Stanford Psychology Department, Al Bandura's office was over there, and Walter Mischel's was right over here. They were in the same place. My understanding is that they, 3 days a week went to the Stanford swimming pool and hung out with each other. There's one paper, it's surprising there's only one, but there's one paper that's co-authored by them on psychological modeling of standards for performance, if I'm remembering that correctly, in the mid-1960s. So they were working together. It's a slight oddity of their writing that they didn't point out the degree to which they were working together, but we know for sure that they were working together and then returning to their offices and writing their papers independently. Mischel first became known for something that's worth pointing out here because it bears on another topic that you're familiar with if you know the self-efficacy literature, which is, for some reason, people are handing out a generalized self-efficacy scale, like it's a trait. Walter Mischel first became famous, or the word is infamous, I think, when writing something called Personality and Assessment, which is still available. Somehow he had it reprinted, so you can get yourself a copy of Personality Assessment. The Personality Assessment is a book that has just 2 distinct parts. The second part, and it's very clear, right in the middle of the book it says, now we will move on to something else. The something else is an early version of not quite social cognitive theory. It's still rather Skinnerian behavioristic analysis of social behavior, but one in which, I'll do the first half, which is in some sense more significant, one in which Michel starts to emphasize meaning. What does the person think about the stimulus, not just there's a stimulus, and that becomes the trigger for much of social cognitive theory. The first part is one in which Michel essentially motivated the second part by asking, well, what would happen if we skipped the question of what situations mean to people and simply gave them scores on personality traits? And so Walter Michel reviewed the personality trait literature. Under the assumption that you haven't seen this review, I'll put up some of the standard findings he reviews. Note the reason he's reviewing this. So now it says personality somewhere up there. I therefore will take a moment to step back into the history of personality psychology. I'm sorry for the bias within the United States. The field of personality psychology did not begin in the United States. Something that looks like a contemporary psychology of personality begins actually in France. So if you know the story of Freud, where Freud at one point goes essentially as a postdoctoral fellow, he goes to Paris, there's already a set of people who are interested in psychological dynamics, the flow of thought, individual differences analyzed in terms of conscious and unconscious processes. That's the actual start of the field. Most Americans think that the field started in 1937 with a textbook by Gordon Allport, a longtime psychologist at Harvard University, who spells out clearly and pretty reasonably in some sense what one is trying to explain. A person has what we call a personality feature if there's some consistency to their behavior. They frequently get into arguments. They usually are calm. They're commonly outgoing across time and, Allport makes clear, across different situations. The different situations are, in this fancy language that's actually a good fancy language, functionally equivalent. If you're extremely outgoing, then lots of settings in which there's some people around are ones in which you engage in some friendly, outgoing behavior, even if you're not consciously thinking of it. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Those are situations that are functionally equivalent for you. If you're experiencing social anxiety, lots of different situations that to other people seem just like interesting situations, to you are anxiety-provoking, and you think of ways of getting out of them. The language, unfortunately, that Allport uses for this is merely the language of personality traits. The downfall of the shortcoming, pardon me, Mr. Allport, of Allport's work is that there is no analysis of the psychological dynamics of what the traits are, but there's just traits. So the traits, implicitly by Allport, get the meaning associated with them is what people tend to do, their average tendencies, once the situations are equivalent and guide consistent forms of behavior, then of course your task is to see what people consistently do. So what Michel does is to say, okay, if that's the definition of personality, what does the data look like? What are the consistencies that might have us engage in a trait psychology? And then these are the famous ancient studies. So even in 1968, Michel is able to review sophisticated, large-scale studies with large sample sizes and well-done statistical analyses, or databases that are still available and people can reanalyze the database. I'll assume you've not seen this, but the most famous old one was done by two psychologists, I believe, at the Education School at Harvard University in the 1920s. They must have gotten a grant to run a large-scale study. The concept, what they wanted to do was to study, I believe with a psychodynamic background, character, virtuous behavior. It might be that if you had a certain kind of childhood background, Freud would suggest, you would be more likely to have superego strength such that you had a high level of character that should manifest itself in different situations. And so then they had subsets of character, And in principle, you'd find that each subset was consistent, and then maybe they all were consistent, and there would be a big trait. This enterprise fell apart for the following reason. But we can only explain the reason by drawing this distinction. The classic distinction of personality psychology is whether a person is consistent across time in the same situation. That's trivial. Including behaviorism, every psychology theory in the history of the world would, of course, predict that the person's behavior would be likely to be consistent across time in the same situation. The big question is whether the kids who have high character and that they don't cheat on a math test also have high character, and that they don't cheat when keeping score at a sporting event. What Hartshorne may do is, with their grant, get a bunch of research assistants to actually observe a set of children live and in action. They're observing their actual behavior, and they find this. There's plenty of temporal stability, so they measure like whether kids are cheating. You can, of course, do this. There's various things in the classroom. Kids are asked to add up their own score and then tell the teacher what their score was on a test, and then the kids go outside and play a game, and the researcher looks at the test and see if the kid adjusted his or her score. If you tended to cheat on a particular test in the first week of class, you tend to cheat 2 or 3 weeks later. If you tend to cheat keeping score in a baseball game, or whatever they were playing in the 1920s, I guess they had baseball then, you tended to cheat a month later, but then this is the finding. The correlations from one situation to another are remarkably low. If you think of these as variance explained, the consistency is only like 10% of the variance. Like 90% of it is unexplained. The kids who cheat on a math test are actually not particularly likely to cheat on a spelling test. Those are the first 2 circles. And you can barely predict from cheating on a spelling test if they're cheating on playground games. The correlations are 0.2 or 0.3. So low that it's not clear. In other words, they wanted to study the development of a trait, but it wasn't clear there was any trait to study in the first place. And this goes on and on. Michel points out that this is part of Bandura's work. Bandura's earliest work, when he was interviewing parents of children who were aggressive, essentially shows qualitatively in part that parents who punish aggression in the home but model aggressive behavior, encourage it in their sons, produce boys who weren't aggressive at home but are aggressive at school. If you look back at Bandura's work, there's no evidence that there's consistent trait-like aggression. Then there's other studies like this that are reviewed at a remarkably clever paper by the psychologist Darrell Bem. Again, 1929, apparently a big year for these studies, keeps records at a summer camp, observing kids at a summer camp, and tries to see if their personality is consistent from one situation to another, and finds for a variety of, for any given trait like outgoing, aggressive, the average correlation is 0.14, which doesn't, and I'll explain why, doesn't differ from chance. It doesn't differ from chance because if you're like sick and sitting in the cabin while the other kids are playing, you're still part of the data set. So partly some of the numbers are just an activity dimension. So if some of the kids missed a day, they're outliers. And so by chance, if you just scramble things together, the correlation's about 0.1. Another study, 300 college students, thousands of observations, studying conscientious behavior, 0.19. Some people show up on time for class, but they're late for Vesper services, and vice versa. This is the study of probably the most significant Bandura previous figure, the developmental psychologist Robert Sears, who was at Stanford sorry for the quality of the numbers. When Bandura got there, it's measures of dependency. Well, maybe some children are dependent. They try to get attention from others. They seek reassurance. They want a lot of touching and holding. But Sears can't find any. He can hardly find any children at all who are consistently dependent in the first place. Some of the correlations approach 0. Some are negative. So what did Michel do? So the point of Michel's analysis is that if you started with these data rather than with Gordon Allport's book, there's no possible way that you would think that personality trait variables are a foundation for the field, because from step one, you'd be throwing out 90% of the variance. The correlations are only like 0.2. And so Michel says this, undermines the whole thing, the trait approach, boo, boo. And then Michel makes the argument that this is what humans are like, the same Bandura argument about the kids being aggressive at school and not at home. Well, this is how it works. People read the environment, they engage in mental calculations, they act strategically, and the specificity of their behavior is not due to poor methods, and not just the methods are bad, they had 15,000 observations. It demonstrates that people are strategic and are able to vary their thoughts, feelings, and emotions to fit the situation. And therefore, Michel realizes that, as Bandura did at the same time, you have to account for this. You can't just lump a bunch of traits in people's head. We already know it's not going to work. Thus, why is there a generalized self-efficacy measure? And you need some kind of contextualized thinking process theory. This then sets off what Bandura calls the trait war. Sorry, I had this sitting around. This perfectly characterizes it. This is what it was like in American personality psychology in the 1970s and 80s. The first time I ever attended a convention, there was a debate, meaning the word argument debate, with Michel and somebody else, and it was genuinely a debate. I mean, it was a very unfriendly hour, entertaining to see from the audience. And then Michel does something else, and he does it quite quickly. He writes this book, and he, like Bandura, realizes that people may have misinterpreted the book because they became so angry at the first half that they stopped reading. It looked like Michel was making an argument that there shouldn't be a personality psychology, but of course he wasn't doing that. He was making, frankly, the same argument Freud would have made if Freud had come back and looked at these data. There should be a personality psychology that isn't grounded on trait variables. And so he proposes something else in what stands as Michel's, well, he's no longer here, of course, what is clearly Michel's greatest paper. And Michel's paper anticipates a lot of the rest of personality psychology in this thinking dynamics way, written in 1973, where Michel proposes an alternative set of variables. Well, the trait variables don't work. There's already a big five. The big five existed in 1959. So there's already a big five. It's a strange oddity here that he proposes 5 variables. Bandura proposed 5 variables in social foundations of thought and action. I think we're learning something about short-term memory or something. It can't really be the case that there are 5 personality variables, but we don't know what they are. But that's what keeps happening. And his variables are entirely cognitive, a sort of mental skills, kind of cognitive, social intelligence kind of variable. A categories variable that he calls encoding strategies, which isn't the best term, but that's the term people used in the 1970s. An expectancy, like people are thinking about the future. They have forethought. They're imagining futures, thinking about them. Values, people care about some things and don't care about others. And self-regulation. Michel had already started his famous line of research, which I will not be discussing, that's called the Marshmallow Test, which is about self-control, and realizes that central to any social cognitive theory of personality is self-control and self-regulation. I'll do this quickly and then get to some actual data. We started later than the original start time, so I'll assume my start time is the start time. A few years later, Michel realizes there are 2 limitations to his own list of variables. One is that they have no feelings to them. You know, you could be a kind of a zombie and do emotionless. Well, you couldn't be a zombie precisely and do this planning, but you could be a Dr. Spock figure from Star Trek who's emotionless, relatively speaking, and do this. And secondly, developing these independent lists of variables does not align with what we call systems thinking. And by the 1980s, everybody, especially thanks to developments in cognitive science, everybody in psychology realizes, and I'll say a little bit about what systems thinking is, but it may be obvious, that one needs a systems theory that pays more attention also to feeling states, and he develops with Yuichi Shota this second idea in which they present what's called the CAPS model, the Cognitive Affective Personality Systems model. I am not going to do this slowly enough that it will be entirely clear. So if you've not seen this before and have a question, feel free to type it in. And we can discuss it, but it would ruin the sequence. I don't want to spend an hour on this. That's the CAPS model. It's a tad abstract, as the authors are extremely well aware. But the CAPS model, I'll just say this, and it'll be familiar to many of you, but not some others, is taking advantage of a way of thinking that in cognitive science is connectionism. So by the 90s, by the 1980s, the original cognitive psychology that looked like a computer program with a flow chart confronted the issue that if there's a box in a flow chart that says mother and then has Mary, her name, there's not going to be anything in the brain that's like a neuron that says Mary on it. That the nature of brain systems is not corresponding to symbol systems, and the quite remarkable work, especially of David Rumelhart and Jay McClelland in the late 1980s, essentially creates an alternative way of thinking in which a system can act intelligently without representing in its head the symbols that are used. Essentially, it acts intelligently by having in these systems large numbers of interconnections that recognize inputs, that spit out outputs, and that adjust themselves if they're making mistakes. That's, in an abstract way, the nature of the connectionist model. They suggest that too. They suggest that, well, you could identify a set of, maybe the ones Michelle had up previously, a set of cognitive variables that are activated by situations, or they're social cognitive variables, and that certain situations trigger whole patterns of thinking that produce behavior, and that's the CAPS model. And in the abstract, the notion is that there's features of situations. There's the, oh, maybe I'll point now. There's the, there it is, there's the CAPS thing. People do things, I'll say what that is. People observe them and make social judgments about that person. And then somewhere, as they say, a miracle occurs. And then somehow there's some genetic background too, and we'll account for that some other day. That's the hard part. So the behavior the person does is observed, and then note it has one of these arrows that goes back in the other direction that feed back to the person and the situation. Now the point is this. If you ask this question, it's hard to identify any differences, frankly. Bandura had a model of causal processes that had, oh, sorry, I was missing two arrows. I'm going to be fired. Missing two arrows. That was reciprocal, and Michelle and Shota had a model that explicitly is reciprocal. Bandura had a set of personal capabilities. Michelle had a set of person variables, all of which are obviously cognitive capabilities. This is a quick warning. Both of these models are terribly inadequate once you think about them, but we won't think about that fact until tomorrow. But if you ask, hey, how did they differ? It's really hard to do. The internet is filled with these emoticons. It's hard to identify any differences at all. At the abstract level, the theories are complete. I mean, they're the same. There are different emphases, so one can ask what was unique about Michelle's contribution, and the unique parts, and I guess I will do this quite quickly because it probably is obvious. One is to think about a system. A classic example of a system is that if you keep looking at the Necker cube, it will flip. If you ask, well, why is the Necker cube flipping? It's not possible that over the course of evolution, there was a mental system that evolved so that you could flip a Necker cube. Makes no sense at all. So there can't be. What there can be is a perceptual system that has layers of neurons that interpret inputs, and if you draw the input exactly the right way, there are two interpretations that are sensible in a complex systems way that, reach, if you want to think this way, like attractor states. And because the system is dynamic, it flips from one attractor state to another, and so it flips. But no one would say there was a flipper. That makes no sense. Nothing could be in your head designed to flip Necker cubes in the course of human evolution. I don't believe they had any. And so in the language of this, the flipping is an emergent property of the system. Also notice, Michelle realizes, if you asked where are the sides of the Necker cube on average, it's a terrible question. Well, sometimes, I just flipped when I looked from here to here, completely confused. Sometimes one square is in the front, sometimes it's in the back. To say that on average it's in the middle is silly. It's never in the middle, it's always in the front or the back. For complex systems, the average hardly makes sense, which then Michelle realizes that means perhaps we should have something else. Even if they were predicting a little something, why did everybody decide to study what people do on average? Note, that's not what was done in other personality theories. Freud didn't study what people do on average. It would have made no sense. I'll get back to that. Then why study the average? And then what Michelle and Schroeder do fairly cleverly, warning, there's another limitation, but we'll get to that tomorrow, is to suggest a different measure of personality dispositions. Not a measure of what people do on average, but what they call a profile, or specifically what they call an if-then profile. Well, if the person is with strangers, then they tend to be shy. If they're with close friends, then they tend to be extroverted. If they're at a large party, then they tend to be shy. If they're with their family, they tend to be extroverted. You could compute their average, but why would you do that? You would throw out most of the information about the person. So Michel, to his frustration, what he thought would become common knowledge in psychology, it didn't exactly happen, and we still have a trait approach. It's baffling, not because the traits don't exist, but because much of the action in persons has nothing to do with the trait variables, which are averages. And then the point, of course, is that some other person could come along and have the same average, but that person could be extroverted with strangers and introverted with close friends and extroverted at a large party, but shy with their family. But if you compute the average, these two people, who obviously are different, look the same. Why would you throw out all this information? So that's the idea. And then I'll just do this very quickly. Michelle has real data on this. The data comes from a summer camp. In the summer camp, coincidentally the same as one of those studies from the 1930s, there's teams of people who, this was actually begun not by Michelle, but by a psychologist who spent his career at Brown University, Jack Wright, who has data with multiple observers, the camp counselors, observing multiple children in multiple situations, but the situations are kind of constrained. The kids every day go to lunch, toast marshmallows, row a boat across the lake, and so you can observe their behavior multiple times in the same situation. Oh, look, there they are now, actual human children. There are two results. One, the second one is the if-then profile method. One is that even if the kids differ, in lots of situations, they don't differ at all. The only way to see, it's kind of like the logic of an intelligence test. If you ask everybody to add 1 plus 5 and then to add 6 minus 2, well, that's not add. If the questions are too easy, you don't observe the individual difference. You observe the individual difference only in the challenging situations. The challenging situations are things like the kids are online to get dessert. There may not be enough desserts, and then that's when they start, hitting each other over the head with to get the dessert. But the if-then profile finding is this, that's the concept. They studied the same child more than once in the same situation. The other advantage of summer camp is it lasts a few weeks. So they can observe a kid across these 5 situations and measure what they're doing is that the kids start arguing verbal aggression, the solid line. The dashed line is the same kid in the same situations 2 weeks later, and they ask the empirical question, will the lines look the same? If the line, note, the point of the profile analysis is that they might be a mistake, the variations could be error. They could literally be statistical error. But if there was statistical error, they wouldn't be the same shape at 2 different times. There would be no profile stability. They commonly report 0.89 is unusually high, but they report highly significant profile stability. And so once you do that, maybe I'll skip my example and come back to it on another day. It's a great example. We're skipping it. Look at that. Great. Tremendous. That was mine. I'll skip that because I am taking a bit of time. And I'll go to a question from the audience. Yes, someone has asked a question. So I will return to so the spirit of Michel's, to wrap that up, the spirit of Michel's analysis as of the 60s was, I'll do it the way Walter Mischel would, who in their right mind would adopt a trait theory approach, because we already know 80–90% of the variance is not going to be accounted for in people's behavior. What we need is some alternative that's contextualized, and also the word that was on screen briefly that I moved past to keep on track, that's idiographic, that pays attention to an individual person, because one individual person might differ quite a bit from another individual person. And then this shifts the whole analysis away from variables and constructs to persons. And so many of Michel's late career papers have titles like Toward a Cumulative Science of Persons, attempting to focus on an individual level, and we can get back to that. That's now become, in personality psychology, a major emphasis in the field. In some sense, it's worked in personality psychology. I once sent an email to a colleague with a bunch of papers like this calling for idiographic analyses. My entire text was, everyone agrees with us, what are we going to do now? Because Michel's arguments in particular, and Bandura's too, always, there was an other who disagreed, the idiot other people, but the other people are starting to agree in personality psychology now. Someone who I do not know, because the question was sent to Dario, asked this. Well, are there any points of convergence between these approaches and the Big Five factor approach? I'll assume people have heard of this. The Big Five factors suggest that there are 5 universal personality traits, and they should be the centerpiece of personality, and they have names like neuroticism, extroversion, conscientiousness, agreeableness, and something called openness to experience. My joke version of the answer is no. Next question. But the serious answer, since somebody asked it, and of course you might be sitting here now, or you're out there, is that it depends on what one thinks of as the ontology of the Big Five factors. This is the complete ambiguity. I once saw somebody get a career award, Louis Goldberg of the University of Oregon, a career award for all his contributions to the study of the Big Five factors. And he literally got up and said, accepting his reward, the Big Five factors, what are they? I have no idea. Then he took his plaque and sat down. Sam Weiner was there with me. We were both right colleagues. Well, very honest. One possibility is that the Big Five factors could be interpreted as merely one way to summarize what people do. This is not unreasonable. If conscientiousness is a summary of conscientious behavior, and if you have a company and 1,000 people apply for the job, you might as well screen out the people with the worst conscientiousness scores, because they're probably going to show up late for work more often than the people who are in the middle. So if it was a screening device, akin to simply asking people, how are you feeling, sick or healthy? Well, you might look at the people who say they're sick and then do something else. It's obviously there's something to the scales. So if that's your interpretation, then it's fine. Then in the logic, which happens to be clearer in Michel's stuff because he spells this out than Bandura's, well, there's an observer out there. Maybe the observer is thinking in terms of these factors. The second possibility is that the factors are core personality descriptions. The only way to describe personality is to use these factors, but that just can't be, because we've already shown that people have variations in behavior across situations. So if you like interpretation B, there's no question, and I think everybody in backup in US of A personality psychology now knows this. If you go with interpretation B, you're deciding to throw out at least 4/5 or more of the information about a person, and that hardly makes sense. C asked this question, well, Mr. or Ms. social cognitive theorist, how do you explain the fact that there are these 5 universal factors in the first place? I suspect some of you in the room know the answer to this, which is that they aren't universal. I'll do this quickly. Here's a paper by people who many of whom used to study the most of whom used to do research on the five-factor model. They conducted a study, I can't recall, but this is a multiple languages study. I almost use my pointer to point at my own screen. It doesn't work. This is, somebody's in the Czech Republic, somebody's in Italy, somebody's in Germany, because, of course, there's data sets and language from each of the representative languages. They can't get five factors. This is as of 12 years ago. Here's a study that's very recent. I think it's last year. Again, people used to study the five-factor model, including Sam Gosling, who used to write papers, I don't know what he thinks now, suggesting, is he here? In one of the most absurdist blunders in history, that you could replicate the five-factor model in animals. Dogs, cats, literally octopuses. Of course, if that's the case, that means the five-factor model does not pick up on any unique features of persons. I don't know what. Anyway, they've stopped writing that because they somehow got a grant to run survey studies on the Big Five in some other countries that aren't weird, if you don't know that acronym. Weird means Western, highly educated, industrialized world, democracies where a lot of people are rich by world standards. Almost all of the Big Five data sets in the 20th century and early 21st came from weird populations. So they go, the simplest test for the Big Five is that you would simply replicate the factor structure. If there's 3 extroversion items in the USA, they should be extroversion items in Mozambique. If there's 3 conscientiousness items, even putting aside the harder question like, do you predict anything? Putting aside the even harder question, what happens if you go indigenously to the culture and see if the factors arise, they ask the easiest conceivable question. They translate, I guess it's 15 Big Five items into the other languages and simply ask if they load on the right factors. That's the USA data. Obviously, all the factors load in the USA. That's the other countries. Note, in Colombia, there are 3 items that go together. That maybe are, I don't know how they pull this off, maybe are interpretable as openness, but they're an extroversion item, a conscientiousness item, and an agreeableness item. For some reason, all the openness items are conscientiousness items in Macedonia. Note, it's not just a Western issue. Macedonia is just north of the origin of Western culture as we think of it, Greece. So there are, unless you go to Bolivia, in one after another, this is just a sub. The paper, of course, is titled, in essence, Challenges to Capture the Big Five Personality Traits. And this goes on and on. The Big Five traits, if you try to study them in Hindi, you run the factor analyses with the same items, you get 3 factors. They're the ancient Vedic triguna. If this replicates, you always get the ancient Vedic triguna: goodness, harmony, and essence, passion, mobility, and it looks nothing like the Big Five. If you run a personality study in China, this is a network analytic representation. The central node for the personality traits, which can be represented obviously network analytically, maybe it's not obvious, but we'll leave that for later rather than factor analytically. The big one in the middle is family conscious. Family conscious isn't the trait in the United States. That never shows up as one of the traits. Finally somebody decides to go to Africa, of all things. Here's East-West Africa. In both languages, 2-factor solutions match. Usually it's extroversion and neuroticism, I believe. But 3, 4-factor solutions fail to overlap. No, completely unrelated factors. Got nothing to do with the 5 factors. Somebody else goes, I'm not pronouncing it. A lot of this work is done by, I do not know this person in Lausanne. But I do know somebody in Lausanne. Sorry. Thalmayr, they go elsewhere in Africa. Obviously, it doesn't work. Results suggest about lower, people cannot get the factors. This is fascinating. Using these data and then running a computer simulation, this appeared, sorry for the lack of year, this is within the last 2 years. somebody tests the following hypothesis, which I'll illustrate as I did with Walt this morning. There's a personality style, at least in the US, that we think of as used car salesman. The person is outgoing, extremely friendly, cares about you, but you also know it's entirely strategic because they're trying to sell you something. If you have a hunter-gatherer society, you might not have that personality style because nobody's selling anything. The concept here is that you might be able to predict the number of personality factors you get from the diversity, in essence, the word occupations, the diversity of different things people do. So in a complex society like the one we're in now, some people are professors, some people are repairing cars, some people are running a bakery, some people are nurses, some people are in childcare. But if we were in a world in which we're agrarian or hunter-gatherers or nomadic, there wouldn't be a diversity. I mean, people would have complex lives, but they wouldn't have a diversity of different occupations. Everyone would be growing rice or whatever. They model using the data that was in those previous studies, and then with knowledge of the socioeconomic conditions of the different countries that were in those different prior studies, they can model the number of factors as a function of the complexity of the socioeconomic conditions, which of course means, ironically, there's a social foundations to the traits, that the traits are ways, it's not that they're not real, but if you imagine the Darwinian sense of niches, you know, if there's no coconuts on the island, there's no birds whose beaks break open coconuts. So it now looks like the ways of styles of behavior, of course, just like Bandura and Michel were saying 50 years earlier, are adaptive to the environmental conditions. So in a summary by somebody who certainly is not an enemy of the five-factor model, at some point Timothy Church, a cultural psychologist, points out, note, it may be difficult to replicate these factors in less educated groups. Most of the world is less educated than the populations that went into the five-factor model, all of whom were in universities in North America and Europe. Essentially, less educated groups, you know, is at least 85% of the world, and that's probably an underestimate. And then, I'm sorry, interpretation C is that the five factors are universal psychological structures. They're universal dimensions, and they're in the mind. And obviously, if the previous point failed, then this can't be true. If they were universal structures, then you would find them in every culture. Every culture you go to, you find blood pressure variations, variations in bone density. If they're universal structures, there shouldn't be any cultures in which you don't find evidence of the factors, but instead, you're finding them only in, you know, these particular cultures way over there that have a complex socioeconomic life. And I haven't gotten to the other, so independent of the classic issues, do the personality traits predict things? There's no universal personality traits in the, that's what I meant to say. There can't be universal structures for a whole bunch of reasons, some of which I'll skip, but one of which is that you'd find them everywhere. Oh, good, I'm roughly on schedule. So now what we've had is a coverage of two people's work. I'm sorry to be so surprised that I was roughly on schedule. Two people's work, Bandura and Michel, that overlaps considerably, and in both cases clearly is designed as a conception of persons. We just contrasted those with something else that to the present day is exceptionally popular, and at least if you're on a US-based browser and you put in personality test, you of course get, well, you either get the five-factor model or the Myers-Briggs personality inventory. How this happens, I don't know. This isn't the point of this talk. But for anybody here who hasn't thought through these and wants to, there are a number of these personality theories that were the big impact personality theories, starting at the time of Freud in the late 19th century. The issues that were highlighted by Bandura, and frankly, in particular, starting in the 1960s, Michel, the notion of meaning construction, that the person isn't responding to a stimulus, humans in chairs, they're responding to a meaningful setting. The pleasant people invited me to give a talk. I hope it ends on time. That's essentially the way to conceptualize the personality theories. The oddities of both trait theories, and even though, of course, in some ways they say things that are right, we're not going there today, but a set of ideas of evolutionary psychology that, of course, are partly right. Obviously, we evolved mechanisms because they were useful over time. The strangeness of those approaches in personality psychology is that if somebody does something, shows up on time for class, the researcher classifies the behavior. Oh, I know what it is. It's a conscientious behavior. The person could be showing up on time because they're so anxious that they're worrying. It could be a neurotic behavior. They could be showing up on time because all their friends are in class and it's an extroverted behavior, or it's an agreeable behavior. In social cognitive theory, and to their credit, Freud's psychoanalysis and these various humanistic theories, the psychologist does not assume that I know what the behavior means. The psychologist assumes that the person knows what the behavior means, that it could have some unique idiosyncratic meaning, and that has a lot of implications, including the ones that Walt will talk about, which is that the task of assessment then is not to measure a construct by classifying behaviors, because we don't even know what the behaviors mean. We have to sort of get inside the head of the person, and that's what the assessment has to do. Oh, yes. There are questions. I wonder if she is here today. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, she is here today. Sorry, for those of you at home. Veridiana? Was that close enough? Sorry. Ask this. Although we haven't yet gotten to Bandura's theory, which is going to start after, a 10-minute break or something. The self-efficacy work is so well known that Bandura thinks, everybody thinks that's the only thing he's doing, and so it seemed reasonable to go to your question. Oh, what about what's going on with this Bandura? Veridiana asks. He seems to always be oriented to an improvement. I'm sorry, I'm adding some tone to it. He's always oriented to an improvement in behavior. When he presents his own example, life path started from some town in Canada, and now I'm Albert Bandura, we see the self-efficacy can be something that can help people to overcome situations that aren't so good. But, I may have changed the wording a tiny bit, it seems to me that we can use the power of self-efficacy to do bad things to ourselves too. Self-sabotage, repeating behaviors that lead us to bad situations because we're in essence, overconfident. The room is full of people who are familiar with Bandura's work. As I read it, that's exactly correct. That's precisely correct. The self-efficacy, even though, sorry, we've even got shirts, have a power of self-efficacy on it. The self-efficacy, unlike the other components, the self-efficacy component of social cognitive theory is essentially value-free. It's perfectly possible to be a high self-efficacy fascist leader, and that's not morally good. But right, the self-efficacy, you're correct. It does look like that in Bandura's writing because, in some sense, he's kind of a humanistic optimist and uses those examples, and therefore does not point out that fascist leader so-and-so, thanks to his great self-efficacy, was able to conquer the lands of Poland. But that's right. Also, as he does point out, Bandura, you could have a high sense of self-efficacy for all the tasks of your job that you don't like. It's not an inherently fulfilling thing. I could have some, I could be stuck. I don't want to pick out a bad job, but if you just imagine some bad job, I don't want to insult anybody's profession. But if you imagine some job that we think of as bad, you could have a perfectly high sense of self-efficacy for all. Professor, you could have a perfectly high sense of self-efficacy for all the tasks, but you really want to be a basketball player or an entrepreneur or something else, and could be bored with your job. But that's not what the self-efficacy component is inherently about. There are predictions that, of course, are reasonable, that in a number, but they have to be delimited, that in certain cases, interest is a function of self-efficacy. But that's really kind of like when there's growth of skills in a task. But once you've developed the skills and been doing the same task for 5 years, interest and enjoyment is going to be something, right? So yes, there's no inherent good, but Bandura would say that too, and that's why, as we'll see in the talk we'll all see soon, there's an entirely separate component, the social cognitive theory analysis of moral behavior, that has little, even though there are papers on moral agency, that essentially is a separate world in social cognitive theory. There's a very distinct, separate analysis of moral and ethical behavior that fundamentally is grounded in a different component, a different aspect of social cognitive theory, the world of evaluative standards, which you stick to, or sometimes, as Bandura puts it, disengage. So yes, that's right, but that's not a comment negatively on social cognitive theory, any more than if somebody had an analysis of human anatomy, and one part was talking about bone structure, and somebody said, well, how is this going to explain smoking and cancer? Well, that's not the part that's going to explain, the other part is going to, so yes, some other part will address these actions, but right, you're exactly right. There's a tone of the writing that isn't the same as the cold substance. That's perfectly reasonable. It makes the self-efficacy work, frankly, somewhat inspirational. But technically, I'm sure Bandura knows this too, just new, sorry. Right, this is an analysis of reflections on capabilities for action with no guarantee that it's not in any way delimited to the actions that are morally and ethically good. I believe that was the first of the the lectures. If you're at home, there's going to be a break, and then we'll come back soon. Quite soon, actually, soonest I've ever had for lecture 2, following lecture 1. Thank you for your attendance at lecture 1, and enjoy your trip home today. Perhaps I should begin soon. Welcome to the second of the lectures on social cognitive theory and the architecture of personality systems. How has everyone been since the last lecture?
Great, thank you.
Since the time, pardon me, yes? Oh, sorry. Since the time of the last lecture, a question has arisen from Professor Fiore, if I'm getting this correct, from College of Education, who is way back there. Surprisingly, I have an answer to the question. Camilla Fiore actually asked what is the completely central question in the evolution of social cognitive theory. Since it's a bit difficult to answer, I of course skipped it in the first lecture. But now that if someone has asked the question, I guess we need to give the answer. As I indirectly pointed out, by having the cover of B.F. Skinner's 1953 book, Science and Human Behavior, floating into the screen at some point, Bandura was trained in a day in which the majority of, at least of psychologists in the United States in this area of study, where Bandura was, were behaviorists. There is some recent analysis suggesting that the impact of behaviors may have been overstated because there were other fields, like the study of memory, where nobody was a behaviorist. But within this domain of behavior that seems motivated and it's changed, people were behaviorists, and of course Bandura grew up with that. In fact, though I'm not here to do a Bandura biography, he got his degree at the University of Iowa essentially because, I guess perhaps literally, the next most significant after Skinner behaviorist was there, a former student of Clark Hull at Yale. I'm suddenly wondering why Bandura didn't go to Harvard to work with B.F. Skinner, but that, unfortunately we can't ask that question anymore. The major difference between these two lines of thought is the explanation of behavior, and that is why I put the reciprocal determinism up there. For any of these personality theories, if you're teaching a class and the undergraduates are a bit tired at the end of the day, you know that they might be thinking, they all look the same. But they're clearly not the same. And those two features I put up, that's where the theories differ. The ontological claims about mind, of course that's the other one, and how you go about explaining things. So in an analysis that, as I explained to Camila, I found, and in some ways still find compelling, Skinner's analysis was entirely a functional analysis. He engaged in a functional analysis of behavior. If somebody did something, the thing to ask is, where were they when they did it? Maybe they always do it there. Maybe they did it there in the past, and maybe if they're somewhere else, they won't do it. This analysis had an enormous advantage. It immediately stopped you, and this actually is part of my talk, from making up variables that metaphysically were floating around. Well, maybe the thing in their head changed, and that's where they're at. There's no need to do any of that if you can do the functional analysis of behavior. Then, question from the other day, although in principle, you probably could have done the functional analysis of behavior, I'm making this up on the fly, while taking into account the powers of conscious thought. That might be, maybe that's what social cognitive theory is. That's not what Skinner did. Skinner essentially said that if I can find that in situations A and B, the person does behaviors X and Y, and then if I can reverse it and go back to A and then go back to B, and the person keeps doing X and keeps doing Y, I'm done. The explanation has stopped. That's a sufficient explanation. And his analogies for doing that were perfectly excellent. If I can find that the bird has a large beak on an island in which there are coconuts to break into, I don't have to say the bird wanted coconuts. The explanation is done. It's an adaptation to the environment. What Bandura is doing, as I said to some people during the break, sorry you weren't there if you're at home, is that he's layering in another idea that he rarely explicitly talks about. He occasionally will do it by reference. Why stylistically he doesn't spend pages and pages of writing like I do on some abstract background, I don't know. The background, so if, as I said to Dr. Fior, if one wants to disagree with that perspective on social cognitive theory, so social cognitive theory is about the causal power of essentially conscious reflective thought. If conscious self-reflective thought has no causal power, we want to cancel next year's convention, right? Because that's the idea, in essence, of social cognitive theory. That is not a unique idea to social cognitive theory. That's an identifiable perspective among many people in philosophy that happens to be particularly well executed in the work of the Berkeley philosopher John Searle, both in books with titles like Intentionality and, where did he go? Yeah, and in lots of videos if you just want. And notice, extremely conveniently, the second video, unfortunately it's 49 minutes long. This would make it an easier day for me. I could just show the Searle video and we could have lunch. Is exactly on this topic, consciousness and causality. At some point, you, of course, always can say, well, how do you know this? It's a philosophical position. So the logic of the Searle position is sort of an intuitive, analytic logic whose strength, and there's a great coincidence in which Searle's work will be cited in this next, in the lectures tomorrow, but that's not because I added material tonight. It was already there. The great strength of Searle's work, and much of the work in this British analytic philosophy tradition, is a precision of terminology. If you've not spent time with it, but the analytic philosophy tradition that dates back to the genius from outer space, Ludwig Wittgenstein, was alerting everyone to the possibility that an individual word may not map in nature to an individual thing. That word might map to 3 or 4 different things, but if we converse with that word, we think we're studying the same thing, but we're not studying the same thing. If we're studying people who are afraid of giving a public speech, and an animal who's afraid of going into a box because it got shocked, there's actually no guarantee that it's the same thing. We're just calling it fear. So that's, I'm sorry, that was a bit off track, but that's the benefit of the philosophy. Even if it's data-free, it's very precise analytically. And so the precise topic for Searle is the central core topic of social cognitive theory. What's the logic of consciousness as a causal factor? And I will move to the actual talk soon, but part of the argument here is, well, what else is consciousness doing? At some point, huge amounts over the course of evolution of brain mechanisms evolved. A lot of them are devoted to consciousness. It takes a massive amount of work involving interconnections between the thalamus and multiple integrated brain regions to get consciousness. It seems unlikely it wasn't for any reason at all. So the other factor, if one says the consciousness has no causal impact, is what it's like, you know, it's like saying people have 2 eyes instead of 1. It's just for no reason. All right. It raises another question that I never saw Skinner address, which is, well then, why do we have consciousness? It would be a waste of time. Why do we have stomachs? Oh, we eat in this situation and not that. We don't need a stomach. It doesn't make any sense. There has to be some reason why we have the thing. So that's another argument you'll get from Searle, who of course his talk is at the Evolution and Function of Consciousness Summer School, which of course is what made me think of that. But unfortunately, we have to get off that topic to the actual talk, which everyone is sure to enjoy just as much as the first talk. Thank you, whoever said yes. Now is the talk that's on Bandura's social cognitive theory. An unfortunate fact regarding the audience is that there are many members of the audience who could get up and give the same talk as I am about Bandura's social cognitive theory, and who therefore won't learn anything. I trust you will not walk out of the room during the talk, because you'll be on camera. if you do. But I'm well aware that if you're familiar with social cognitive theory, you might want to take out your phone and check local news, because I'm not attempting to add anything. I will add some questions at the end, and they're the ones that aren't addressed by social cognitive theory, and of course they are designed to set up what happens tomorrow. There, once again, is the cover of the English language version of social cognitive theory. Perhaps someone should look into a translation. There are the 6 chapters that are the chapters of social cognitive theory. You'd think I would start with chapter 1, and for a reason that I think will become obvious, I'm going to skip it. I think Bandura did the right thing ordering the chapters this way because it's a book, and the reader therefore sees the theme of the book, which is human agency, on the cover and in chapter 1. However, my sense of things is that one can focus on chapters 2 to 6. If there's anything to it, in chapters 2 to 6, to the substance, then it has to be the case that people have the qualities that are called agency. It's impossible that all of this happens in 2 to 5 and you would conclude that people aren't agents. In some sense, and it's an odd thing to say because I'm the editor, but the phrase, which Bandura uses all the time in his papers before this book, an agentic perspective, in some sense doesn't seem optimal to me, because perspectives imply that there are multiple perspectives and slightly suggest that it's a bit arbitrary, like you could choose one versus another viewpoint. But that's not exactly right. Once you do all the substance of 2 through 5, it's very hard to take it's almost nonsensical to take a non-agentic perspective. So if you think like a mathematician, you can derive the agency from the rest of the topics, which makes it more than a perspective. But that's the title. That's how Bandura often referred to the work, even though in some sense I think he's sort of underestimating social cognitive theory by referring to it as a perspective. Oh, so there is a strategy. We're finally getting to it. Good, there's some time left. The strategy is that for each of the topics 2 to 5, what I'm going to try to do is to point out the scientific question being asked, the uniqueness of social cognitive theory research methods. This, of course, will be a simplification. There may be multiple unique features, but especially for somebody who's relatively new to this here or out in video land, because there's so much material, I think it's reasonable to point to the unique method and 1 or 2 key research findings. The word key, like the word fundamental, is a bit of an intellectual, hand waving. It's not clear exactly what the word means. But I tried to choose things. They're a little self-centered, like my name will be on 1 or 2 of them. But where that seems like the heart of it. If you didn't have this research finding, it would just be less interesting, the whole thing. Oh, and then the whole point, which I almost skipped, is D, the theoretical implications. The whole series of talks is designed to bring out social cognitive theory. The risk when you just read it, especially because Bandura wisely is so data-based, is that you get one finding after another. And exactly as he indicated in the quote in the first talk, you might miss the point. So I'll be spending much more time than usual on the point. And here we go. So chapter 2, social modeling and psychological processes of observational learning. I will spend very little time on because it's it's the finding so famous that it's in the headline of the New York Times obituary. Yes, there it is. Apparently that's the original one. Maybe there were 2 or 3 of them. If you've never seen this thing, it's much smaller than you expect. It's like only about as big as this land. It's quite surprising to see the actual Bobo doll, because you sort of forget that the children in the study were in nursery school, and so they're really small, and you go, oh, there's the doll, and it's just, I mean, literally, it's only a little, but of course the kids are so small. They must have had two, because the adult, it looks like the adult may have had a bit. It's a small point. So in what is probably one of the four, I'll say five, just in case I'm forgetting one, most famous research laboratory-based events in the history of psychology, Bandura takes up this scientific question. He's doing it to take up this question. What are the processes through which people learn complex behaviors? There's lots of other reasons to study this. The origin, in fact, is this earlier work on aggression, but fundamentally, he's asking a learning question. So at this point in time, it is social learning theory. And he introduces a method that's so obvious it seems bizarre for me to even point it out as being unique. He decides to study humans doing something. Going back to our transition question, he's suggesting that we just can't get where we want to by running non-human research, even though there's, in many ways, an extraordinarily impressive, even if it's constrained now and we spend less time with it, impressive line of animal research on classical and operant conditioning. Impressive because the results are so incredibly reliable. Bandura does not, his intuitions are people are learning things observationally. If I make cartoon and not get in trouble with Skinnerian approach, you can't really run an experiment where the rat watches another rat on a variable ratio schedule and then expect that the rat is going to respond on a variable. It's not going to work. So he starts to study with humans, and everybody, I will presume, knows this already. The kids are in a room, they watch a video, the adult does these things. If you've never read the detail, the adult is not engaging in random acts of aggression. The adult is acting out four specific complex, if you're in nursery school, or relatively complex behavior. It hits the doll in the nose and says something like anyone know it, blammo, I'll hit you in the nose, or something. There's a scripted thing, throws the doll up in the air, I'll fly away, you doll, hits the thing in the nose with a hammer, I'll smash you with a hammer, I'm sorry, I can't remember the actual script, and kicks it. And then later in the day, kids go into the room. The room is not literally the same room because, quite wisely, Bandura the kid goes into a playroom that has a lot of toys. There's farm animals and a children's bake set and a bunch of other things that you see in the background. Yeah, right, they're in the background there. There's the child bake set under the kid's arm. But what happens is that even though there are no instructions, the kids are not told to beat up any clown doll. I believe they're given no instruction at all other than, I'll be back soon, you have fun in the playroom. Kids not only are aggressive, but they act out remarkably similarly sequences of behavior, including some of the verbalizations that they saw in the film. And they do that all at once, and then we're off and running. So there's two sets of implications. One I will point to in case you've never worked through this literature, which is actually quite impressive. The social implication one, which I won't do for the other lines of research, but for the social implications, well, of course, this was happening in the early 1960s. If you do the history of television, in 1950, the percentage of people who had a television in the US, I think was a single-digit number, at least as of at some point in the 40s. It's like a hobbyist thing, you know. The weird engineer guy has but by 1960, I believe it's 90% of people have television. Of course, people are putting on westerns with people shooting other people, and wrestling with people throwing each other over a wrestling ring, and cartoons where people are, the cartoon characters are throwing each other off cliffs. And children are watching TV a lot, so obviously children are watching, dozens of acts of violence every day for their whole life. Maybe something's going to happen. Things do happen. This is not the point of the talk, but it's such a significant implication. It seems funny to do an overview of social cognitive theory without pointing this out. There is plenty of data on the real world stuff. The best longitudinal data, at least in the US, came from somebody who for quite a while was in my department at the University of Illinois Chicago before moving to Michigan. They have a data set in which in the early 1970s, for a large set of children, I believe, who lived at the time in rural upstate New York, they coded, which you can do fairly easily, the amount of aggression children watch on TV. As it says on screen, you can do that by just asking parents, well, what shows was the kid watching for how long? And separately, communications researchers already had coded the shows for amounts of violence. Then they go back years later, 15 years later, and measure aggressive behavior, and very well, in multiple reports, including police records, and they have this composite, and they know what they're doing. It's not just that some kids are bigger or some kids are less or more intelligent, and they get results like this. We have to do them separately by gender. Aggression is one of those relatively rare cases where there are large-scale gender differences. There often aren't major gender differences at all, but physical aggression, of course, is. And Huseman and colleagues are able to predict seriousness of criminal acts, is the graph I put up. Actually, so this is later than the 15 years. By age 30, that's a function of TV watching. It's a composite aggression measure. Again, if you were in the family where you watched a lot of violent TV, the mechanism for this isn't just a learning of the behavior. If Raoul Huseman were here, he would explain it's partly a norms of behavior. Like you get used to the fact that violence is something that might be acceptable if there's conflict. So in fact, we see in society lots of forms of, at least in US society, of violent reactions to things that it seems like 10 years ago would have been unacceptable. Now have become acceptable. There's these slight shifts, or maybe they aren't slight, in what seems to people like acceptable behavior. So if you watch people aggress against each other every day on TV for a couple hours, that seems acceptable. There's more of these. I won't spend time on them, but if you're ever teaching a class and the people are asking, is there any real data? There's a study in Canada in which cable, back in the days where they had to put in the cables for cable TV, in 3 Canadian towns, semi-randomly, in 1 year, the town still didn't have cable. The town had cable, but some little old-fashioned cable that carried only one channel, and a normal modern cable that had multiple channels. The researchers measure by observing, like playgrounds in schools, actually occurring behavior and chart variations in levels of aggression in one versus another town in Canada as a function of whether they got cable TV that brought them acts of aggression. There's not too long ago, this is only a couple of years ago, there's one of these extremely multi-author reviews of this evidence because, of course, there are counter-arguments. And there are some counter-arguments that make sense, too. Maybe there's some genetic predisposition towards aggression that causes you to watch the aggressive behavior in the first place. But Craig Anderson, Brad Bushman, and a whole army of other people, including Raoul Huseman, and Barbara Krahe, who does, well, I'll get back to that, worked through this evidence in a pediatric journal, and they're quite confident that the evidence the violent screen media constitutes a causal factor, including video games, is compelling. So that's the social implications. But we don't care about those because this is a theoretical talk. What we care about is the theoretical implications. So in case you've never thought about this, although everyone in the room here probably has, when Bandura started to do this work, there were genuinely 2 hypotheses about the outcome of the Bobo doll study. The outcome seems obvious to us now, but there was a real alternative hypothesis. Bandura biographically talks about testifying to Congress about the effects of televised violence. If you go back to the earliest days, there were psychoanalytic commentators to Congress who said that there would be a cathartic release of aggression. Well, they'll get it out of their system by watching TV. That was genuine testimony. I looked it up in some dusty old book. And of course, Bandura has the complete opposite hypothesis. even if you like psychoanalysis, the cathartic release hypothesis is where psychoanalysis does worst. You know, if psychoanalysis predicts that the children will be less aggressive, psychoanalysis predicts that there'll be symptom substitution, so if you're cured of your fear of heights, you'll break out in a fear of something else. That's the part of psychoanalysis that doesn't work. I don't know, by late Freud's career, maybe he didn't believe all of that energy cathartic release part either, but that's classic psychoanalysis. Oh yeah, that's the actual results. As you see, I've prepared the talk carefully. Note, Bandura also ran a more elaborate version of the original study. In the more elaborate version, after the adult beats up the clown doll, on screen an adult comes out and says, "Hey, you did a great job beating up the old clown doll. Here's some fruit juice and cookies." I believe it's literally what happens. Or the adult says, "Ooh, poor clown doll. You beat up the clown doll, no fruit juice and cookies for you." The actor is either rewarded or punished. Then they observe the child at 2 points in time. They just observe the child in the playroom. They find that the children who observe the rewarded model are more aggressive. Then they say to the kids, "Hey kid, we'd like to see if you remember what was on the film." And then all the kids are highly aggressive. Simple as this is at least something that forces Skinnerian behaviorism into another story that you have to tell. And even if it's a good story, to go back to the earlier question, I think what happened with behaviorism is that there were so many cases where, oh, we'll tell a slightly different story in light of this result from somebody else, and now another slightly different story that at some point people stopped listening to the story, even if they were good stories. This is often, a quick aside, this is my understanding of how paradigms change. Not to liken Bandura to Copernicus, but back when Copernicus said, "Oh, it's actually the sun is in the middle," the people who didn't believe him could still maintain their theory and adjust their formulas to meet new predictions. But at some point, there would be so many adjustments of the Earth-centered theory to account for something Copernicus observed that it just didn't seem plausible anymore. So the implication here, of course, no catharsis of aggression. Obviously, the major implication is that the kids are learning the behavior all at once. There's no gradual learning trial. And so Bandura's first major paper is called A Case of No Trial Learning. Throughout the history of behaviorism, there are learning curves. There's no learning curve. The kid just does it right the first time. There's vicarious reinforcement. The children are responding to rewards and punishments, like it said in behaviorism, but they didn't experience any of the rewards and punishments. They just saw it on TV. There's surely something you can say if you're a behaviorist, but it's still the case that your research paradigm wouldn't work. If the rat sees the other rat, modeling works for some species, but you can't just put any organism in a situation where it can observe another organism and then have that organism later in the day respond based on what it observed. That just obviously exceeds the cognitive capacity of a whole bunch of the other organisms. This other point is terribly obvious in retrospect, and it's also part of Chomsky linguistics, that you can't, there may be times where people have learned something, but they just haven't done it. So if you're in a Skinner lab and you're an undergraduate, you can't say, "Oh, my rat learned but didn't want to do it today and get an A." You failed. The rat's supposed to do it, but of course in many human cases it's possible to have acquired the behavior and not be doing it. It's a coincidence of intellectual history that Bandura makes that point almost simultaneously with Chomsky making that point about language. You know, if the person has a sore throat and isn't speaking, they're not engaging in language behavior today, but they haven't lost any of their abilities. So this is what really kickstarts social cognitive theory. Somehow, through some miracle, Bandura, with one study, has data that at least raises interesting questions about two other theories, and they're the two most famous theories in all of psychology, and that's, of course, historically how suddenly Bandura, it says so right here, and that's how Bandura very quickly becomes, an internationally known psychologist at, by 1966 or 7, where he's still at a very young age. That was the first part of the talk. Here's the second part. Yes, the perceived self-efficacy part. Because this is so well known, I also will not spend a lot of time on this. Probably everybody in the room could get up and do the self-efficacy part for 5 minutes, but how can you possibly give a talk on this topic and not do the self-efficacy part? So I'll say one or two things with the same structure. What were the methods? What were at least some key finding? Note that I'm going to use, and I think Bandura does it like, again, I don't think this is an imprecision, but if you're new to this literature, occasionally perceived self-efficacy will be called self-efficacy judgment, often by me and sometimes by Bandura, self-efficacy appraisal. Those are meant as synonyms. What was the original scientific question? Why was he doing this? Well, the original scientific question was, why does behavior change occur? The original self-efficacy paper is a paper about mediators of behavioral change. It becomes much more than that, but that was the question. So Bandura, who of course is also trained as a psychological therapist, is living in a world in which the way to reduce irrational fears is perhaps by having people sit in a chair, close their eyes, imagine the thing they're afraid of, and engage in desensitization. The explanation for that is that something Pavlov studied explains it. Some kind of external conditioning process. And this, of course, the Pavlovian explanation may not be wrong. Obviously, there is habituation in the nervous system. In this case, you can put in pretty much any organism, right? Again, this is a bit of an aside, but if a sea slug were to show up, and referencing work on the neuroscience of classical conditioning, it will habituate to a stimulus. If you hit it on the head after setting off a tone, and then you stop setting off the tone, you can plot the nervous system change. Some of the things do work for all the organisms, but Bandura's sense, partly from things that clients in therapy for fears said to him, is that it seems like something else is happening, that there's some thinking process involved, and that was the idea. And then there's a very simple method, a startlingly simple method. He simply asked people some direct questions. So the reasoning behind the method is this. If you're snake phobic and you're walking through some place where, you know, there might be some little snake in your family is at a picnic or wherever these issues arise, you're naturally you naturally have a flow of thought. Oh, I don't know if I can even do this. I haven't run, but I've had a student run a snake phobia study, and he said people are just spontaneously say this out loud. Oh, I can't do this one. I mean, it's all a bunch of, in everyday language, self-talk. At some point, the person says, I don't think I can do this anymore. The method is to ask people their confidence that they can do this. It's so straightforward, it seems almost strange, but it was a good idea. There's and you'll hear more about this from Professor Scott. There's a deep conception here of what an assessment is. It's frankly a deeper conception than Bandura spells out. Before these talks, I reread these original papers, and he just tells you, self-efficacy has these dimensions, here's our measure. It doesn't actually stop and unpack the logic of the assessments. There is a deep logic of the assessment. He is not assessing a construct. There is no self-efficacy scale from Bandura, singular, because he's not proposing something floating around in people's heads that's the self-efficacy. He's saying that people talk to themselves and at some point say, I can't do this. And so the self-efficacy scales are designed merely to to reflect flows of thought. Although Bandura, for some reason, doesn't say this, in a contemporary world in which everyone takes an arithmetic class, people do think naturally in terms of numbers. There's a 50-50 chance I can do this. I'm 100% confident I can do that. So Bandura's method actually does map very nicely to natural flows of thought. That's the self-efficacy measure. which anyway maps to the flows of thought as shown by the yellow arrow. Oh, look, a question from the audience. Not here, right? I'm sorry. Pardon me? Oh, yes, and a good question too. What about what's going on in measuring self-efficacy? This is a good question because, among other things, it raises the question of what measuring is. I'll say something that comes from contemporary measurement literature. Well, to measure the thing, it has to exist. I could give you a scale asking your opinions about each of 10 Canadian National Hockey League teams. You might fill out the scale. I would get a number associated with each of you. But it would be funny to say that I measured your attitudes, no matter what you say, that I measured your attitudes about the Vancouver Canucks. Is that still a team? Because you didn't have any attitudes about the Vancouver Canucks. You just answered my question. So to be measuring something, the person has to have the thing before you gave them the question. Otherwise, you're not measuring it because there was no it. So this is the logic. The logic is that the self-efficacy, to me, the logic of the self-efficacy assessment processes is that in settings in which the person needs to try something, it's challenging, it's likely that implicitly, explicitly, or maybe quickly and implicitly, the person will ask themselves the question, can I deal with this? That's not a unique thought to self-efficacy theory, as we'll get to tomorrow, and who knows if maybe Professor Scott will also. That's also part of appraisal theories of emotion, that you just engage in these quick cognitive appraisals of coping potential. Can I handle it? That might differentiate between like fear and anger. Oops, the other person insulted me and is 7 feet tall, and so you don't become angry because you can't cope with what might happen. So the measurement process really, it should be, and in all of Bandura's early studies was, my term, an attempt to mind read the person. Well, now the person had some therapy, and now they think they can handle the snake. The assessments are merely supposed to reflect the change in thinking that's naturally occurring in the person. Self-efficacy research has gone in many different directions, and sometimes that's not what the measurement process looks like at all, but in certainly all the studies that Bandura pioneered, where he designed the assessments in the first place, the assessments are essentially tapping into a naturally occurring flow of thought, where the flow of thought has a certain linguistic structure. I can or can't do this thing. Oh, that's what I just said. But there it is in type. Note, in what was a particularly good question, that's a good way of putting it. Complexity and dynamism. The person might not have the same self-efficacy beliefs now as they did 15 minutes ago. If you thought self-efficacy was some enduring thing in their head, like neuroticism, that would seem problematic. But if the person is simply thinking something different than they were 15 minutes ago before the therapy, well, who cares? I'm going to try something. I'm afraid it's on the next slide. This is the most risky part of the 4 lectures. There's where we could use John Searle. Is he here? Seriously, you could use a philosopher for this. The question is whether you think that there's a thing that is changing dynamically, or you don't think that, and you think simply a couple of different things happened. Here's my, we could edit this out if it fails. In a non-self-efficacy example, this is the only time in these talks I'm going to make believe I'm a philosopher. If I should have done this with the current weather, but I didn't. It might be that one day I look out and see what the clouds look like and say, I believe it's going to rain. It might be that the next day, which of course is today, I would look out and say, oh, I don't think it's going to rain. And then you could ask, well, were my rain beliefs complex and did they change dynamically? Sorry to rephrase the question that way. How are we going to measure that? But there was no rain belief. Like, to say that is to make up a construct. My rain belief. I like dessert at this restaurant. I didn't like dessert at this other restaurant. Of course, they've all been good. I didn't like dessert at the other restaurant. Oh, my dessert likingness changed. But there was no dessert likingness. I just made two separate judgments. There might be some reason, if I like all the desserts, there might be some explanation to that. But we don't have to make up constructs. In these settings, we of course don't make up constructs. Tendency to say it's going to rain, ridiculous variable. So if we thought the same thing for the self-efficacy literature, well, the person in different settings makes different judgments. We might want to explain that, but we don't have to make up a variable that changes dynamically to explain that. And in fact, if we make up a variable, it's not clear what that provided any explanation in the first place, because it's just, even if the person always has a high sense of self-efficacy, to say that they have high generalized self-efficacy doesn't explain that. It just is a description of what happened. Something else has to explain. That's a natural principle of explanation. If something's explaining something, the thing doing the explanation can't have the property. I can't say, oh, well, son, there are blue molecules in the sky. And that explains why the sky is blue. Doesn't count as an explanation. So what happens? That's the method. It's extraordinarily straightforward, and there's two key findings. The first one is extremely well known, so I'll just put it up. The prediction is that self-efficacy beliefs will mediate behavioral change. Therapies will be effective if and only if they change levels of self-efficacy. They'll be effective to the degree that they change levels of self-efficacy. This has an extraordinarily successful database. When Bandura runs these studies, I'm doing this quickly under the assumption you've seen this, running conditions in which people are, experiments in which people are randomly assigned to a control group or a modeling condition in which they watch the therapist do something. These are typically snake phobics, as depicted earlier. Or a participant modeling condition in which the client watches the therapist interact with the snake and then does the behaviors, him or herself. Changes in self-efficacy are completely paralleling changes in behavior. The correlations, I'll put them up in a moment. Change at the group level, changes in self-efficacy perceptions seem to be determining the group differences. At the individual level, the correlations between levels of self-efficacy and the behavioral outcomes are startlingly high. So high that my understanding is that people question the data. Like now we take it for granted, but that Bandura had to defend this, send people copies of data sets, because most people in psychology, as we saw from the Walter Mischel review, were not running studies in which a measure was predicting behavior with a correlation of 0.8. I mean, Bandura doesn't even, I don't think says this, but this is probably the first study ever in which people fill out a questionnaire, engage in objective behavior, and the correlation is 0.8. Then the other kind of finding remarkably goes back. Yes, it relates to the opening question. The claim in self-efficacy theory is that these conscious reflections on your abilities have some causal impact on your subsequent motivation. The alternative claim is that the self-efficacy judgments are, in the fancy 6-syllable word, epiphenomenal. They're like, to say that the self-efficacy judgments were causally influential is like saying that the sound of the waves crashing on the beach caused the waves to crash. Oh, look, the sound is correlated, but it's just epiphenomenal, it's just sound. This, in fact, would be the Skinnerian argument that the history of reinforcement caused two things. It caused people to do the behaviors, and it caused people to engage in the behavior of saying they could do the behavior. I've done that right, that's the argument. The way around this argument is to simply manipulate the beliefs, independent of any behavior, independent of any past reinforcement history, to just play around with the person's self-efficacy judgments. Oh, I forgot. We have an anecdote, our first anecdote, and last, of the 4 lectures. It's the tale of Anne Marsh, who happened to be a Stanford student. This was in a Stanford alumni magazine. Senior year, I finally managed to be a member of the Stanford fencing team. When I was in college, most of the truly great fencers in the United States stayed in the East, but Stanford, caring a lot about athletics, among other things, managed to recruit an Olympic fencer who transferred from West Point, and the rest of us, that's somebody else. That's not Anne Marsh. So Anne Marsh is like a bench player, just a bag, just barely made the team. A pincushion, as they say in fencing. Anne Marsh went to a tournament because, of course, Stanford's invited to the tournament and everybody shows up. And I found myself in the late round against a fencer from Notre Dame, thinking to myself, how did I get here? This is going to be embarrassing. Still, as they say in the United States, as they say at Stanford in particular, I went for it and bizarrely beat her when the results were in. I placed 9th. I thought I was going to finish 29th, out of the 30 fencers. Now the story. After showering, one of the Notre Dame competitors approached me hesitantly as I sat on the bench. I'm acting it out. Are you Anne Marsh? Yes, I responded, except, I responded is what I should have said. She backed away as if reluctant to say more later. It's like something out of a Freudian analysis at this point. It's like the interpretation of dreams. Only later did I learn that there was an Olympic fencer in another part of the country named, everybody in unison, Anne Marsh. Oh, it wasn't me. Didn't look anything like me, but there was no internet with pictures at the time. And so the other person assumed, this is Anne Marsh. I have no chance of winning. I'm, oh no, Michael Jordan it's some kid. No, it's hopeless. So obviously what happened is that the Notre Dame students' perception of self-efficacy for winning went way down due to a mistake, a cognitive error. Oh, thought the other person was the famous Anne Marsh. Oh, well, it's terrible. The person probably became anxious, didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of Anne Marsh, and lost. That's the way to test self-efficacy theory. Again, I'm surprised in retrospect. It's wonderful. There is no bigger success than the self-efficacy literature. But even that point, to me, is somewhat underestimated in Bandura's writing. The power of the self-efficacy literature comes from when people get it wrong. They just blow it. Oh, I could have done this, but I didn't think I could, so I didn't try. Or as pointed out, or the person overestimates their ability and spends years and years trying to be a rock star instead of, getting a college degree. Okay. So that's the way to test the theory, to figure out some way of just manipulating self-efficacy judgments through some cognitive trick. I won't do the long detail because oh my heavens, because it's 12 o'clock, but I was told to keep going. But there's already tricks. There's a big bag of tricks. I won't do the background, but if there was anything as impactful as self-efficacy literature coming from 1970s psychology, it was the bag of tricks. It was the judgmental heuristics and biases literature of Tversky and Kahneman, the only literature of the past half century that rivals the impact of the self-efficacy literature. In fact, Tversky and Kahneman win a Nobel Prize for this literature, but Tversky was sadly not alive by the time they figured out they should give him the prize. In the literature on judgments under uncertainty by Tversky and Kahneman, there is study after study in which some tiny little manipulation, just the way a question is worded, if the person thinks of things that might go badly or well, even though the outcome's bad and good or numerically identically phrased, some piece of information that happens to come to mind will flip people's judgments around. This is the power of this literature, because it then shows that even consequential domains, medical decision-making, financial investments, people will make decisions and judgments that are not rational in the sense that they will violate simple, logical rules of rational judgment, and the person will realize it. The judgmental heuristics demonstrate judgmental biases that are like perceptual biases. You know, it's a cloudy day, the mountain seems further away because clarity is a distance cue, and you can't stop yourself from thinking that. The system just has the biases built in. So with my, I'll do a study of my own. With my colleague Phil Peake, back in my Stanford days, even though we did not know Anne Marsh, we realized that this was the way to test self-efficacy theory. Other people have run analogous studies, not with these methods. This is not the only experimental test of self-efficacy theory. But what we did is to run an experiment in which we tell people, well, you're going to take some challenging exam. Before you start, we'd like to just give you some background questionnaire. We want to see people's opinions that may vary depending upon information they have. And in your case, we're not giving you information. We're just giving you a random number. We'd like you to pull a random number out of a hat. We happen to have a magic hat, I mean literally, in which people could see a bunch of numbers go in, and they were sure to pull out a high or low number. For a study without Bandura, my first assignment was to go to a magic store to buy a hat, so that there could be some random, seemingly random assignment to conditions. That's what graduate school was like. They get a high or low number, and so they hit a questionnaire item. Oh, how many of these? So there's, I'm sorry, it's been a while, I forget. I think there's 20 or 24 of these questions. And they're asked, well, how many do you think you can get right? More or less than X. X is obviously a random number. This is paralleling precisely Tversky and Kahneman demonstration using random numbers. Well, do you think you can get 4 right? Do you think you can get 20 right? That's the whole manipulation, a random number. And then they're asked a normal self-efficacy question, a self-efficacy level question. Oh, how many of these do you actually think you can get right? Now, there's no possibility that the person had a prior reinforcement history of exposure to random numbers prior to taking an intelligence test. None of that makes any sense. The people are randomly assigned to conditions, but the people who are like the Anne Marsh story, the question then is this consequential? And the people who see the high number, I think this is the way anchoring, that's what it's called, heuristics go. Anchoring heuristics are, oh, I'll never get all of them right. Maybe I'll get like 80% of them. Oh, I certainly can get more than 20% of them right. Maybe I'll get like 30% of them. That adjustment that usually doesn't reach the middle for some reason that is explainable, creates anchoring biases, and then of course people are given the task. The task has various unsolvable items. We measure task persistence on the unsolvable items, and the variations in self-efficacy predict variations in behavior, and it's pretty hard to argue anything other than, there was some causal impact of the self-efficacy judgments. I'll just do this kind of quickly. There's a second one of these studies in which people are asked 5 questions in different orders. They're asked, do you think you can get at least, 20% of them, 40% of them, 60% of them, 80% of them, or all of them in one condition. The other condition, we literally just change the order of the pieces of paper, and they're asked if they can get all of them, 80% of them. So there's no physical stimulus that differed from one condition. Literally no physical stimulus that differs, but again, the people who, that's the descending sequence, the people who first consider the possibility that they would get all of them right have a higher sense of self-efficacy. It's a first impressions, essentially. And in fact, try harder on the test. the reason that they're saying to themselves, oh, maybe I'll get the next one, I'll keep trying. Oh, maybe I will get the next one, I'll keep trying. So the self-efficacy literature is pretty good, both because it predicts behavior and because you can manipulate self-efficacy judgments and get an effect. And then the floodgates open. And so if you enter the term self-efficacy into Google Scholar, as I think I wrote in somewhere, you get a number that looks like a typographical error, you know, just tens of thousands of papers referencing the self-efficacy literature. I wonder what happens next. Where is it going to stop? Look, it's chapter 4. Who would have guessed? That would be covered after chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Bandura's book is called Shaping One's Future Through Self-Regulation, and is the literature on self-regulatory processes. If, this was a little tricky to do, but if one were to reduce this to one question, I think the question, it's a social cognitive theory. I think the question is, why are some social settings more motivating than others? Why is it that sometimes we sit around procrastinating? Not that we need to work on tomorrow's talks later today, but why do we sit around wearing a tie procrastinating, whereas other times we're highly motivated? This is a slightly different issue. I just wanted to show the picture. This is when the restaurant chain in the U.S., Shake Shack, opened. It was quite popular. That's Washington Square Park in Manhattan. With people in Manhattan, where people are busy and in a rush, waiting like a half hour for a hamburger. And why do we get these things, which of course Skinner could explain too? Certain types of work conditions. Piece rate work seems to be more motivating than other things. Before Bandura, there was, and I did not just add this slide, there was an explanation, and the explanation was, and this explanation is pretty good for some types of behavior, that people must have experienced different reinforcement contingencies. The piece rate labor person is working harder because of the same reason that the rat is pressing the lever more in a certain, whatever that is, fixed ratio condition. But there's another kind of literature Bandura is drawing on that's harder to explain. It's just it's a different phenomenon than the reinforcement schedules. And it's a literature on goal setting. This literature is not particularly surprising. It's quite intuitive, but it certainly works. As spearheaded as an empirical literature by Ed Locke and others, especially in earlier work, Gary Latham. If you're running a company and you want the 100 employees to do a whole bunch of stuff for the next week, you don't just want to get up and tell them, our company is great, do a lot of stuff. What you want to do is to give them a specific as possible numerical goal and make sure they can see how they're doing, some feedback on their progress. So as of 1981, what a coincidence. That's when I started graduate school. A month and a half before I started graduate school, out came this thing, almost all of these studies, certain external conditions with goals and feedback are more motivating when the goals are specific and sufficiently challenging, of course. And so one could ask why that happens. So why does that happen in social cognitive theory? It's again, and this is why it is a coherent theory. It's not a new explanation, but it's not just a self-efficacy explanation. Again, although he doesn't exactly use this term, Bandura is imagining that people are saying things to themselves. They're talking to themselves. The Bandura terminology is self-referent cognition. As it says, a self-referent cognition. Certain external conditions essentially trigger, foster certain types of thinking about the self. This is the central claim of social cognitive theory. And there's at least, it's reasonable to distinguish 3 types of thinking. One is our old friend from 5 minutes ago. If you have specific goals and feedback on how you're doing, you're likely to ask questions like, if you're falling short of the goal, I wonder if I actually can reach my goal. I am falling short. You will engage in the process of self-efficacy thinking. And note that bears on the measurement. It's not that you're actively appraising whether you can do it. Secondly, you'll start to have this thing that to me is the most underplayed aspect of social cognitive theory, even though it is in these papers, self-evaluative reactions. Oh, this is terrible. What an embarrassment. I should do better than this. Not a calculated prediction of the future, I can do it, but a normative, oh, this is bad, I'm supposed to be better than this, there's no simpler term, self-evaluative reactions, including a feeling state affective reaction, and you might adjust your goals. If you're nowhere near the goal that somebody asks you to do, you might decide, oh, well, I'll try to get there to 75% of that, and then I'll tell them I was sick that day or some moral disengagement. So now, what is the unique method? It's the same method, frankly, as the self-efficacy literature. It's measures of these ways people are thinking about themselves, but the studies, and I'm not going to I'll just say this and I won't put up all the methods details, are ones in which people engage in some challenging behavior in a series of 3 or 4 trials. They get a break in between the trials, and they're asked to fill out some questionnaire during the break because the researcher wants to hand out questionnaires, because that's what researchers do. But the questionnaires are the measures of self-referent thinking that could change. It's taken for granted that could change dynamically from one time to another. And so in everyday language, in fancy cognitive science language, I'm going to say default mode network, if you're just doing some activity with no goals and no feedback, during the activity you might be thinking of what to watch on TV later today. Oh, how nice the weather is. It's no longer cold in Brazil. Now it is warm. You're not task-focused. This language was not available when these studies that I'll talk about were first run, but now you're just sort of browsing around mentally. You're not task-engaged. But if, by contrast, you jog on a track past a clock that says you were running slower than 2 days ago when you're trying to get faster, then this is a cartoon version of what social cognitive theory says. Then you're likely to think things like, boy, that was slow. How could I be so slow? How embarrassing. That stinks. I can do better, the self-efficacy judgment. So that's what it's like. When I did this with Bandura people, the task was kind of like running. It was the participants have some slightly odd aerobic exercise bicycle. They have a series of trials. They get a little rest, a break between trials. During the break, people fill out questionnaires. The questions are totally straightforward. They're on the order of, if in the next trial you performed at the same level as the previous one, how would you feel? Some people say they couldn't care less. Some people say they'd feel really bad. I wouldn't improve. That's the measure. The measure of self-efficacy is the same kind of thing. How confident are you that you can improve? These, in some sense, boring and obvious result from the literatures that were reviewed up to 1981 is that people have much higher levels of performance if there's a manipulation. If they have specific goals on the task and feedback saying they're falling short. But the interesting part that this is the social cognitive theory edition is to ask this question, well, why is this happening? Why in this gigantic literature from these Locke and Latham people are these conditions more motivating than others? And the prediction is the social cognitive theory prediction that there are these mediators, and the way it's tested here, there clearly are other statistical techniques. If I still had the data from first year of graduate school, you could reanalyze the data. But if you simply pull out this experimental condition, it isn't the case that everybody does well. Some people, when given challenging goals and feedback, tell you, I'm sorry, L and H are low and high, tell you, I don't really think I can improve more, and I don't care, in everyday language. Those people don't improve at all, even though they're in the high motivation condition, whereas some people tell you, this stinks, I can do better than that, and they are the phenomenon. The phenomenon is that some people respond in this particular setting with this dual combination of, I can do better, and I'm really distressed that I'm doing so badly, and though that's the cognitive basis of motivation. And so this is the part, going back to the previous talk, if you can remember, way back when, that Bandura surely has in mind when saying some people conflate self-efficacy component with all of social cognitive theory. Much of what's happening here is not just the self-efficacy component. In fact, I think, right, if people have a high sense of self-efficacy, oh, that's, thank heavens. All right, these people have a perfectly high sense of self-efficacy, but they don't care. They have low, neutral, self-evaluative reactions. They're just telling us, it's fine. I could do better, but I don't care. They're not doing well because they have a high sense of self-efficacy. They don't care in everyday language. It's this it's such an, I mean, I'm a co-author. It's an admittedly awkward terminology. I don't think there's an easier terminology. For those of you new to social cognitive theory, sorry, the terminology is self-reactive influence. If only it had a simple name like grit, people would have caught on more. But the amazingly good developmental psychologist Jerome Kagan, aware of this phenomenon and this line of research, pointed out it happens that there is no one word in American English that corresponds to the feeling that you've done pretty well when something happens, or the disappointment in self because you have fallen short of a goal. You could imagine a language that has words for these, but there's no one word, so it has the awkward, but that's the best we could do, terminology. So that's one conclusion of this research. The other conclusion is, to me, the most interesting point. And I'll illustrate it with a series of null results. To me, this is the point that's unique to, well, of course, the self-evaluative reactions are a unique point. I shouldn't have said that. The second unique point is this. Here in red are the correlations between these self-regulatory processes and behavior in this condition. 0 for the self-dissatisfaction and self-efficacy. Here in the Bandura and Cervone experiment are the correlations between self-efficacy and self-evaluative reactions in the control condition. 0. Here in a study by me, Cervone, Giovanni, and Wood, Robert Wood from Australia, is a parallel experiment where people here are engaged in an intellectual task, a computer-based business decision-making task rather than a physical task. Here are the correlations. The same thing happens. You can predict how well people are doing from the things they say to themselves, unless they're in the control condition. Nothing happens in the control condition. Here's a different line of research that's going to lead to the same conclusion. Research by Carol Dweck. She gives people different kinds of goals. This is so famous, I'll do it quickly. Some people are told, well, here on this task you might learn something new. Other people are fifth graders, grade school children. Others are told an expert will evaluate how you're doing, a performance goal. She views this as priming the goal, which is quite sensible. And here's the results. So the big result in Dweck's research is that if people have a low sense of self-efficacy, thanks to low ability feedback, and think that others are evaluating them, a lot of bad things happen. This is the core of the Carol Dweck phenomena. They don't figure out how to get better. They spontaneously say they don't like, they're feeling bad. They start blaming, the experimenter. Why did you put me in this experiment? It's a very interesting result. But note, they say things like that. Get me out of here. But here's the other condition. In the learning goal condition, the left and right columns are the people who have high and low self-efficacy. Nothing's happening. In all of those studies, the self-efficacy and self-evaluative reactions measures are taken, not precisely measures in Dweck's study, they're think-aloud measures, but nothing happens, and that's the prediction. That's the slightly underplayed part of these studies, even though it is the first two words of the title. The prediction is that these social cognitive variables sometimes simply aren't happening. They're differentially engaged. Sometimes people aren't evaluating their self-efficacy. They aren't feeling bad or good about things. You decide to learn to play the guitar. You're just figuring it out. You don't really feel bad about yourself if you're not playing well. You just started. You're just playing for yourself. You're not engaged in like, ooh, I wonder how confident I am that I can get the chord right the next time. You're just practicing. So the prediction of social cognitive theory is that the self-regulatory processes are differentially engaged. There are certain environmental structures, goals and feedback, that prompt people to engage in certain kinds of thinking about themselves. And if those environmental conditions aren't present, nothing's going to happen. Which was the prediction all along, even if it's a bit missed, even though the studies are cited. That was the prediction, which note the theoretical implications. That's supposed to be the structure of the talk. This is completely, maybe there's ways of pulling off a motivation theory that does this, but this is different than saying the person has an achievement motive and therefore they will be motivated. The explicit social cognitive theory prediction is that sometimes they won't be even engaged in this pattern of thinking. That's the nature of the person situation interaction, which I probably should have explained in writing previously. It's not just that the person behaves differently in one situation versus another, person situation interaction being a standard personality psychology term. It's that the whole psychological dynamics aren't even coming into play in one situation. And this conveniently leads us, so that's the distinctive thing, the two distinctive things. There are self-evaluative reactions, and sometimes they're not there, they're not occurring, they're differentially engaged. And thank heavens the word engaged is on the motivation self-regulation literature, because it's also central to the next and last main part of the talk. The Bandura analysis of morality and moral disengagement is, for all intents and purposes, the same kind of analysis as the Chapter 4 analysis of shaping one's future through self-regulation. The difference is that Bandura has another line of thinking and research in which he takes the same psychological processes and turns them to another class of questions that we call the moral domain. As Bandura uses the term moral, he's referring both to the moral and the ethical domain. If philosophers had come in after hearing mention of John Searle, there are ways to distinguish the moral and ethical domains. That's not a trivial point, but it happens not to. But when Bandura means the moral domain, he means the entire world in which there are normative standards of things a person is supposed to do for the good of self and society, but sometimes they don't do it. Oops, what was that? So now, keeping with the structure of the talk, which I almost forgot, the scientific question, which is the subtitle of Bandura's previous book called Moral Disengagement, is why do good people sometimes do such bad things? Well, first, that's the spirit of this. Much of the behavior that we see is, so every once in a while somebody's a fascist leader, but commonly somebody just suddenly didn't pay their taxes, or they're a prominent U.S. lawyer and they told the government that, oh, we turned in all the papers from the former president's house, or they seem like an upstanding citizen, but they take part in an attack on the Capitol. And they previously, they hadn't been like, tripping elderly adults crossing the street or something. They seemed like fine people, and then something went wrong. That's the phenomenon to explain. The core of the social cognitive theory analysis is, for the first time, I'm just taking the easy route and putting up what Bandura said. In social cognitive theory, there are two sources of sanctions, but he's using the word sanctions kind of loosely. In one case, sanctions means out in society created some rule or law or sanction, and the other one is it's internalized. Both, he suggests, are operating through forethought, which essentially is partly what the self-evaluative reactions are. How would I feel if I did this thing? People refrain from transgressing social sanctions because they know they'll get into trouble. The interesting part, that's the core of this and why it's the self-efficacy part isn't a core, is that often people can get away with stealing things. You know, if this talk, the last talk ended and I happen to walk out with the pointer because I want one at home, probably no one would notice, and you know, it would be such a weird thing to ask the invited professor, oh, did you steal the pointer? that I easily could steal the pointer or a plant or whatever. But of course I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I anticipate that I'll feel like an idiot if I did that. Or in Bandura language, people behave prosocially because they anticipate that acting well will bring in the future self-satisfaction and refrain from transgressing norms because they know that this conduct, even though nobody may notice, will, sometimes Bandura writes, it sounds like Jefferson writing the 1782, will give rise to self-reproof. People will feel bad about themselves, as they say in English. Right, people, oh, wait, hold on, I'll get home. And then the people will, in the medical school, find the pointer is gone and I'll have it. It would just be a stupid thing to do. I'll feel bad about myself. So that's the spirit of things. Moral conduct is motivated and regulated mainly by the self-reactive influence, which is why I said to one of you during the break, no, it's not primarily a self-efficacy analysis in social cognitive theory. It's an anticipatory sense of self analysis. I mean, in other words, I'm completely confident that I can, and reasonably confident that I can avoid stealing the pointer. Nothing's going to be, if there's 10 of me, the variations are in self-efficacy aren't going to be the predictor. I'm not going to do it because of something else, these moral conduct sanctions that are driven by my sense that I would be a bad person if I did that. I'm sorry, I said this already, but this is the same thing. Bandura somewhat underestimates this, and it makes social cognitive theory even more integrated. This is the same general process as the self-regulation. Sometimes people will disengage the standards. Oh, I don't care about this, I won't try anymore. In fact, it's a funny thing to say, but Bandura's analysis of moral disengagement could be moved to almost any area, like procrastination. Oh, the test isn't that important. Probably the other people aren't studying either. That's not the moral domain, but it's the same psychological processes. So that's it, moral disengagement. I'm sorry, there's plenty of examples. The examples Bandura has in mind as the real world examples. If you don't know this person, it looked like somebody who might run for president. This like, Princeton, yes, Princeton educated, Harvard law degree, intellectually very sharp, particularly upstanding citizen who was the governor of New York until the prostitution scandal. Why? What? The prostitution scandal? Right, there's just these domains where something breaks down. So I'm going to do this quickly and actually explain in a moment why I'm doing it quickly. What Bandura does is to suggest that there's a set of what he calls mechanisms of moral disengagement. And the analysis is, in some ways, is very compelling because it immediately maps to real world examples. Oh, it's not my responsibility to do this. There's a diffusion of responsibility. It's that person's responsibility. There's a displacement. The people we're attacking in this war are subhumans. They don't deserve to live. You blame the victim, or the euphemistic labeling is the compelling one, where you don't, and before this happens, you don't report the number of times I shot my teammate on the military group. You report friendly fire. You don't report, oh, I accidentally killed 3 of my guys today. You report collateral damage. And even, I don't know, even sometimes you neutralize the target. So that's what Bandura has in mind. This analysis, and we'll get to the data. I'll just put up one example of data. Before we get there, though, there's a, in case anybody wants to take this up, there's something semi-arbitrary about this. Like if you ask, why, is this all of the mechanisms? There would be no reason to think so. It might have been easier, I'll say it, it might have been easier if Bandura had said that in the logical structure of life, as it is conceived in words using language, People do things to somebody else who experiences something that occurs in a situation. Well, he went out there and he shot that person with a bazooka out in the fields and they're dead. If you said that, there's probably a near infinity of mechanisms of moral disengagement that might be culturally specific. There's lots and lots of things people might say that some way rationalize, explain some behavior in which there's some harm and is immoral. The ones Bandura identifies are perfectly reasonable, but they can't be treated as like elements in a periodic table. That's them. Because clearly you could go to some other culture and people would have some belief system that's non-Western, and there'd be some other form of rationalization involving, oh, the person will come back in the next life anyway, the reincarnation mechanism. Frankly, it's not clear to me that those moral disengagement mechanisms should be called mechanisms. They're just sort of, they're styles of thinking and language. If you call every style of thinking and language a mechanism, it sounds like there's a mind. You know, the adverb mechanism doesn't make sense, but they're called mechanisms by Bandura and Freud. It's very not unlike a Freudian defense mechanism example. We're also for Freud. It's not clear that mechanism rather than form of language was the right usage. But in any case, there's also data. The data, so what's the method? They're supposed to have a talk with structure. The method has really cleverly done, I'll be done within 5 minutes, cleverly done measures. You, of course, can't ask people, are you engaging in moral disengagement? Which is bad, because everybody will say they aren't. It's very hard to do assessments in the moral domain, but you can ask them questions like, oh, it's all right to engage in a fight to protect your friends. Do you think so? An obnoxious classmate, do you think if you hit them, they're learning a lesson? Some people will say, yeah, they're learning a lesson when I hit them. Oh, the kid's in a gang. He shouldn't be blamed for any of the activity. And with my colleagues, Claudio, John Vittorio, and Tina, in Rome, Albert Bandura runs these studies and finds that over a 2-year period, one can predict levels of delinquent behavior. This is a very longitudinal study. Levels of delinquent behavior from this particular belief system that, oh, these are sort of okay, other people are doing it, you're in a gang, who's to blame that person, they're out to get us, we have to defend ourselves, these other mechanisms of moral disengagement. So that's the method in that case. To move ahead, but for those of you who work on social cognitive theory, it's not as clear why people in a motivational way engage in these mechanisms of moral disengagement. Bandura's analysis is very cognitive as opposed to motivational. I'm just pointing out, other people study this. If Freud were here, you're defending the self. If the social psychologist Leon Festinger were here, there would be a cognitive dissonance process. Ooh, that feels bad. I did the bad thing to this person, so the other person must be bad. You could imagine a more motivated cognition process. The nature of social cognitive theory is that people think, the thinking creates motivation, but the thinking itself is not motivated, and that there may be phenomena there that require more than social cognitive theory to explain. So that was it. What happens in the rest of the book, in chapter 6, Bandura makes the point that if you were to evaluate what I just did for 50 years, Bandura, 57, the way to evaluate it isn't just the logic of the research and theory, it's whether something happened that helped people. So that chapter is devoted to the concept, not just of reviewing how there are therapies that help people based on social cognitive theory, but that's the criterion for evaluating the theory. That's also, if you've never read it, clearly stated by Bandura in 1969 in Principles of Behavior Modification. This is supposed to be doing what the client wanted, and that's what you should use to evaluate the therapy. There's something funny about psychoanalysis. The client wanted to be less fearful. If they're fearful after exploring their childhood, that wasn't what they wanted. And then chapter 1, I won't even do it, there's no possibility that you could have these self-regulatory processes, engage in self-efficacy, have the capacity to choose what you learn, because you can just turn on a video of your choice and learn by observational learning. All of these things, if they're right, the person has to have the psychological capacities that in everyday language we call agency. It sort of follows logically. One could have put chapter 1 at the end, wisely Bandura put it at the beginning. Still, you could sort of base it on that. And then, I'm sorry, I almost forgot, we have the nostalgic look back to the first lecture. Of course, if you have all these capacities, and I'll explain what the word underestimated means very briefly, then you have to be a person. Obviously, nothing other than human persons has all these capacities to disengage and re-engage moral standards and engage in self-reflection. If some beings showed up from outer space and were aliens and had these capacities, we would treat them as persons even though they wouldn't be humans. Because that, as we see in science fiction movies, that's when they seem person-like. I won't do this now, but the underestimated is that some of these capacities, even at a neural level, develop through social interaction. So even these capacities for learning by modeling, it's not clear that that's entirely built in. That, as an ability, seems to also develop as a function of social experience. I'm referencing work by the British cognitive what I'm thinking of is work by the British cognitive neuroscientist Cecilia Hayes, who argues that people, through experience, develop what she calls cognitive gadgets, independent neural systems that get wired together. And Cecilia Hayes, with data, argues that people don't from birth have the ability for observational learning. That develops through experience. And now I'll just say this, I'll skip the questions, and because I should end. Note, there are some things that seem to be missing if this is a theory of persons. It wasn't clear how social cognitive theory explained the phenomenon that the American field started with. Well, why do people consistently act morally in these situations in the first place? Why do they have consistent self-efficacy judgments sometimes? There wasn't exactly an explanation of that. Here's another thing that one of your questions, it may have been yours again, brought up. Well, if you have an identical twin who you never met, and we measure your tendency to experience positive and negative emotions, it'll be similar to the identical twin. That's funny. Doesn't say that in social cognitive theory, but that's a very reliable result. And finally, I'll end with this broader question, and then I'll stop, and this will be extremely motivating for you and even more people who can join in at home to join in tomorrow. If it could still be done, and someone walks into Al Bandura's office and says, oh, you got a theory of personality, could you engage in an assessment process and tell me what I'm like? It's not exactly clear what you would even do. The nature of social cognitive research, historically, is that the researcher said, oh, I'm interested in aggression, or snake phobia, or educational achievement, and I'm interested in self-efficacy processes, or moral disengagement, or learning by modeling, and the topic was decided upon by the researcher. If you just stroll in the door, there aren't any formal measures, as there are usually in a personality theory, for saying what the person is like. You can't just assess self-efficacy. Maybe that's not an issue for that person. Maybe the issue is that they're behaving immorally, and that's the issue. Maybe they have high evaluative standards and they're making themselves depressed. Clear limitation for something that's a personality theory is that if somebody walks in the door and says, hi there, you social cognitive theorists, tell me about my personality, it's easy for us to run a study if we're already interested in self-efficacy and educational achievement. But if self-efficacy isn't an issue and they're not in education, there are no general purpose procedures for learning about a person, one person at a time. So the stuff that will happen tomorrow for me, thank heavens for everyone, for today it's turned over to Professor Scott, but that will happen for me tomorrow is an attempt to pick up in one theoretical framework this entire set of questions. What happens if you're focused on a person? What was that warning about the Michelle and the Bandura personality variables? How do we pull off that trick from Gordon Allport of accounting for trait-like consistencies? And how do we at least have something in principle to say about the fact that if you have an identical twin in Borneo, that person will emotionally be similar to you? So there's more to come tomorrow. Be sure to tell all your friends at home, send them the link. But for now, we'll turn it over to a friendlier looking Professor Scott. I'm certain it was time for lunch a long time ago. So off to lunch.
It looks like I got the go-ahead to go ahead and get started. So first of all, I just want to thank you for inviting me and Dara for being such a great host. Now I guess I have to actually do something. Presuming drinks and food is great. Microphones stay close to that? Okay. My training, actually, even though Dan and I are the same age, I was actually Dan's student in graduate school and I was enrolled in a clinical psychology program. It was a very unique program at the time in that even though it was a clinical psychology program, doctoral program, you also chose an experimental subdiscipline that you also took courses in, had to do separate comps, and Dan was my advisor because of some mutual interests. So I've always thought of myself as both a personality/social psychologist and a clinical psychologist. So for me, I've always been interested in the implications of social cognitive personality theory for clinical practice. And one thing that we say is often is clinicians implicitly recognize this is that our clients come in with personalities. Here's a picture of some kids. This was taken in Paris in 1963. It was a puppet show, and this shows the precise moment in the puppet show where the dragon is slain. And you can, same situation, and you can see the diversity of reactions to the same situation. And that's what we mean by personality, right? On the left, we see a kid who's kind of overstimulated, you know, so we see looks of horror. But obviously the kid in the middle there is experiencing exultation, joy. But with clients, sometimes what we see are long-standing patterns of thinking, feeling, and behaving that contribute to really significant distress and dysfunction. And frankly, sometimes those long-standing patterns are the psychopathology. Other times we diagnose them with other conditions, but it's clear that long-standing ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving, personality, is contributing. So as clinicians, we have to conceptualize the role of personality in contributing to clinical distress and dysfunction. So for the first day, what I'm going to do is kind of talk about the importance of assessing personality in clinical case conceptualization. This is where we develop models of our clients' distress and dysfunction and try to figure out what's going on so we have a model of kind of what to do therapeutically. Unfortunately, I think the current practice of personality assessment in clinical psychology is we're in a state of crisis. I think there's no larger gap that exists in clinical practice between science and practice than it exists right now in terms of in clinical personality assessment. So I'll say a little bit about that. I think social cognitive theory, and in particular Dan's Kappa model, really has a lot of promise for a way forward, for a way of assessing the person that's more valid and maybe more useful clinically. And so I'll talk about that path forward. You know, Dan and his work, in addition to kind of providing a more principled way of differentiating what you should measure in personality, is also, with some colleagues of his, described principles of personality assessment. So he's provided a roadmap, but there's still work to do, I think. So I'll talk about an example of that in terms of measuring some of the beliefs, goals, moral standards that clients have. How do we do that? How do we assess it? And I'll talk about assessing self-schemata and the gap between the current scientific understanding of the structure of self-schemata and how they're assessed commonly in clinical practice with some work that we've done in our lab developing a new measure of self-schemata that we think is more in line, more content valid, more in line with how most researchers conceptualize self-schemata. Tomorrow, though, just to give you a preview here, day 2, what I want to do is describe in detail. This is a method that we've been working on in our clinic for the last 8-9 years. Used to be at University of Wyoming, now the director of a psychology clinic at Washington State University, where I'm also a professor. We have a clinical doctoral program, really good program. We get hundreds of applicants, accept 6 to 8 students a year, fully funded. They go 5 years through a doctoral training program, and then their 6th year they do a clinical internship. And then our psychology training clinic is all the students during their 3rd, 4th, 5th years do a primary training practicum in the clinic. And we've been, with clients, developing, trying to apply Dan's Kappa model along with the personality assessment principles that he's described, and developing a specific procedure for assessing personality that represents a novel personality assessment approach that's a social cognitive approach. And so we'll be talking about how to assess personality structures. By that I mean relatively enduring components in the person that exist within the person and that have causal influence, that actually influence the way we think, feel, and behave. We'll talk about a procedure for identifying situations in which those personality structures are activated. We then have clients sort, with the clinician's help, sorting those situations into functionally equivalent situation categories or response classes. So even though you have 2 situations that on the surface look different, for that individual, they think, feel, and behave similarly in those different situations. So we talk about that as a functionally equivalent class of situations. And then the next step is to identify how clients think, feel, and behave in those functionally equivalent situation classes. And then finally, mapping personality structures to these if-then personality processes. And I'll illustrate that with at least one case illustration, maybe 2, depending on how much time I have. So that's where we're headed tomorrow. Ultimately, what those models do, that personality assessment approach does, is generate models of the clients. So here's one situation for one client that we had in our clinic, and this was when he reflected on his past. And there are a lot of situations that are listed there. He's reflecting on not speaking up in his class seminar. Another situation was reflecting on not treating his past girlfriend as well as he thought he should have. Another situation is reflecting on not following through on job applications. And then he also identified a situation of not exerting enough effort, putting enough effort into his art. He was somebody who liked to paint. In each of those situations, even though they're different situations, he had very similar appraisals, very similar cognitions, and they're listed there. It could have been different. I missed my chance. I should have done X, Y, Z. It was my fault. The future looks threatening, and those thoughts would be associated with feelings of regret, sadness, some fear, And in these situations, he tended to ruminate, to really think over and over about these past situations that didn't go well for him, urges to give up, withdraw, and engage in a lot of self-criticism. Our procedure is trying to explain why he thinks, feels, and behaves the way he does in those situations. So we come up with models that try to somewhat dynamically represent how different personality structures in the client are interacting with each other to influence these personality signatures, these personality processes. So that's where we're ultimately headed. I'm not going to be spending a lot of time on that today, but tomorrow, again, we'll go more in depth into that. But today, going to be talking about some work I think we still need to do to be able to fully implement social cognitive personality assessment principles into clinical personality assessment. Clinical case conceptualizations are a core basic clinical skill. We consider it a clinical competency that we try to train all of our students to do. And I tell our students, begin nomothetic. If you've got somebody walking in the door that meets criteria for major depressive disorder, in session 1 or 2, you don't have a personalized idiographic conceptualization of the client yet. But you do know some things. You know some things about depression in general. And we have our students take a psychopathology course the very first semester where they learn about the current science of depression, generalized anxiety disorder. And that science informs psychotherapies. And if you look on the American Psychological Association website, apa.org, Division 12, they list the, by diagnosis, psychological treatments that in randomized controlled studies have been shown to have support for being effective for those conditions. And there's actually, it's a great site. You can actually find resources for clients on there, videos demonstrating the therapy manuals, everything else. And that's where you start. And it's reasonable to do that, right? Because we know for depression, for example, there's been a lot of research showing that depressed folks, as a group, when you compare them to other groups, appear to engage in fewer response contingent positive reinforcement, fewer behaviors that are going to possibly lead to positive reinforcement. You have to do things to experience connection with others, to experience a sense of competency. And it requires a behavior on your part to do that. What we see in depression is often clients enacting fewer of those behaviors. And that's been shown to maintain and contribute to depressive episodes in general. Now, I have had some depressed clients that don't show that. They're very engaged in their lives. So this is, it's a general model of depression. And for most people, it's true, but not for everyone. Also, again, in general, we see that people diagnosed with major depressive disorder, it's as if they're viewing the world through glasses that are dirty. And everything they look at, including themselves, the world, others, looks negative, looks bad. And that's a cognitive process that is dysfunctional and maintains and contributes to the depressive episode. Lots of studies showing that. And based on that science, we have treatments that target those processes. We have treatments that try to activate the person behaviorally, try to get them to schedule activities where they potentially could experience some mastery, experience some connection with another human being. We schedule those and we check in with the client to see how they went. And in general, those work. Those interventions work for people. And for these dysfunctional cognitive processes, we teach clients to monitor situations that they're experiencing depressed moods in, and to capture what's going through their minds in those moments, and to reappraise situations, to engage in some effortful cognitive processing to really question whether there's evidence to support the initial thoughts that are automatically coming to mind, which are typically overgeneralized and negative. But again, based on those theories, we do cognitive behavioral therapy, and we do behavioral activation, we do cognitive restructuring, and for 50 to 70% of clients, those treatments are really effective. That's why they have, if you go to the APA site, they have strong, they meet the category of strong empirical support. But that also means that for for every 3 to 5 out of 10 clients that you see, for every 3 to 5 clients, it's not working. You're doing the best available treatment, and your client's not showing any response. And I've had clients who, one of my very first clients on internship was a client who was a firefighter in the Seattle Fire Department, went to go fight a fire at a warehouse. The second floor collapsed, and 3 of his friends and firefighters, they're kind of like the military, these were his brothers, he would call them, perished in the fire. He had a massive heart attack, was admitted to the University of Washington Medical Center, and was going to need a heart transplant, but he wasn't considered a good candidate for a heart transplant because he was clinically depressed. And in talking to him, first of all, I've been working with him in a hospital. It's hard to do a lot of behavioral activation in a hospital. Secondly, there were severe losses, right? And his cognitive processing wasn't that dysfunctional. He'd experienced some pretty horrific things and was really grieving that the life he lived that was for him a life of zest and very meaningful and full, he didn't think he was going to be able to, and he was realistic about this. He likely wasn't going to be able to be a firefighter again. So these models don't apply to everybody, but they're great places to start. But what I tell students is always from session 1 to begin developing a more individualized, idiographic, personalized model for each of your clients. And I have sheets that I have them, we track what thoughts our clients are having. We track kind of their interpersonal interactions, and we try to identify what their goals are, what their standards are. And we gradually do that for a variety of reasons. So an idiographic theory, Muma is somebody who does a lot of work on clinical case conceptualization, is an idiographic theory of the person and his or her life situation, which includes problems as well as triggering and maintaining variables, including cognitions, thoughts and beliefs that have relevance for treatment planning for a particular individual. And again, we do this for several reasons. One is there's a chance that the treatment, even though it's got the strongest support that we're going to implement, is not going to be effective for the client. What do we do if that's the case? And by the way, you can predict that by, there have been several trials showing that if you're not seeing any reduction in depressive symptoms by session 5, and if you're implementing cognitive behavioral therapy skillfully and well, that's a big predictor of non-response to CBT. So you can know relatively early whether it's likely your client's going to respond or not. So that should be a warning. That should be a moment where you really begin to work harder on developing your idiographic case conceptualization. Also, it's the case that there are several empirically supported treatments for major depressive disorder. If you do go to that APA website, you'll see that there are 4 treatments that have strong research support, meaning that there's independent labs that have done well-conducted, randomly controlled trial studies showing that the treatments are effective in treating depression. Which one do you use? There are treatments that just focus on behavioral activation. There are treatments that actually focus on self-regulation, focus on how goals are going. There are treatments that focus on coping and emotional processing. Which of those treatments do you use? And the idea being that if your client is not responding, maybe you begin to consider implementing another evidence-based approach that's maybe more designed to target the variables you have, you've identified in your model as contributing to your client's depression. Another thing we see when you look at these studies that show treatments as empirically supported, what that means is that clients no longer meet criteria for the disorder by the end of the 20th session. They no longer are meeting criteria for major depressive disorder. That doesn't mean that clients are reporting everything's great. A number of clients continue to report pretty significant distress and some dysfunction that, although it doesn't meet criteria for major depressive disorder, you know, they're feeling like they're not thriving. They're not doing as well as they'd like to do. And that's significant for a variety of reasons. One of the problems we have, and this is true for you know, medication treatments for depression, this is true for cognitive behavioral therapy and other evidence-based therapies for depression. If you follow people out past a year, even the treatment responders are at high risk for relapse. And so, if, you know, there's some evidence suggesting it's even more of a problem with antidepressants. But it's also a problem with cognitive behavioral therapy for depression as well. So, and the level of distress, the level of, you know, even though it doesn't meet criteria, the level that the client is experiencing at the end of therapy predicts the likelihood of relapse, as you might imagine. So what do you do about that? How do you treat and intervene with that? Another reason for you know, developing this more personalized model of your clients is that there are empirically supported treatments don't exist for some disorders. We haven't, this is especially true for personality disorders, where we have long-standing patterns of thinking, feeling, and behaving that are contributing to significant distress and dysfunction that are the definition of the disorder. What do you do? Empirically supported treatments were also developed for single disorders. So we have, you know, cognitive behavioral therapy for major depressive disorder. The reality is most clients present not with one disorder, but with multiple disorders. And it's the rule. Comorbidity is the rule. It's not the exception. And so how do you conceptualize someone? This is a quote from Jackie Persons, who's done a lot of work on case conceptualization. There will never be a protocol that specifies step by step an intervention plan for the African American veteran who has post-traumatic stress disorder, social phobia, alcohol abuse, depression, and who is afraid to acknowledge his homosexuality. You know, the complexity is the rule. We need to begin developing models of our clients that can conceptualize that complexity so we can draw on treatment strategies in a more principled way to help our clients. I don't think clinical scientists have given enough attention to the role of long-standing patterns of thinking and feeling and behaving, personality, in developing the case conceptualizations. And I think if we systematically incorporate personality assessment into our idiographic case conceptualizations, we're going to have a more comprehensive, a more valid model of the person. And I think that would position the clinician to then provide personalized psychotherapy interventions that are tailored to that idiographic conceptualization. You know, and it's kind of a maxim that you want to intervene in a way that's going to have the maximum impact on your client's distress and dysfunction, and your idiographic conceptualization should provide a model of what are the variables that are most contributing to your client's difficulties. And I'll argue that a systematic assessment of personality better positions the client to make, the clinician to make those decisions. So we define personality as long-standing patterns, relatively enduring patterns of thinking, feeling, and behaving that characterize individuals in particular situations, that contributes to and indeed is sometimes equivalent to psychopathology. Obviously, if treatment planning is to meet or surpass the standards mandated by our field, then in clinical psychology, then the fundamental rule of treatment planning applies. The plan should be based on the best science available. So if we want to assess personality, we need to ask, what is personality, drawing upon the best personality science that's available. That's not happening in our field right now. There's the question that I just answered, but I don't think we're doing that very well. Actually in clinical practice, the trait approach is still very much alive and well. If in the rare cases that clinical scientists are looking to personality science for answers, they're more commonly, in terms of assessment, looking to the trait approach. And that's actually having some influence on the assessment of psychopathology and our official manual for diagnosing psychopathology. With the exception of traits, which are problematic for a number of reasons that you mostly already know, the cumulative developments in personality science over the last 50 years are essentially absent in the personality assessment instruments used by clinical psychologists. So we don't have good measures of the constructs that you hear social cognitive personality scientists talking about. We have some, and I'll talk about those, but there aren't content valid, construct valid measures of self schemata, I would argue. We have some measures for assessing goals that are pretty good, but I'll talk about what I think are some limitations tomorrow, and even some of those goal standard systems. Behavioral inhibition, temperament, I'll talk about that some tomorrow as well. These are affective motivational systems that are pretty well understood in terms of the neurological pathways that underlie them. They are person and context variables, so these behavioral inhibition systems aren't always activated. They're activated in situations of unfamiliarity, threat, challenge. But we have some good measures that researchers are using, but clinicians don't commonly use those measures, nor do they commonly use the good measures out there for assessing goal systems. This is a quote by someone who's involved in the personality assessment field. Personality assessors are using the equivalent of the first designs of the airplane flown by the Wright brothers. And there are surveys that show this. Here's a survey of practicing clinical psychologists, trying to assess what instruments are used most frequently by clinical psychologists. And the MMPI is, the winner. The MMPI was developed, the structural foundations of the MMPI, despite the fact that we now have the MMPI-2 and RF and MMPI-3 now, are the same, really, fundamentally as they were, with a few changes in the late 30s and 1940s when that instrument was developed. The Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory, the Rorschach, other projective instruments, personality assessment inventory. These are what clinicians are using to assess personality. If you look at those instruments and you look at the scales, they're more commonly focused not on the assessment of personality, but on psychopathology. When they do assess personality, it's very much the case that they're either assessing trait-like constructs or psychopathological versions of the Big Five, or they're using contemporary personality construct names that you all might recognize as familiar, but actually lack content validity. And there's several examples of this. For self-beliefs and self-schemata, if you read MMPI-2 interpretation manuals, it tells you, two-point code types of 4884 or 6886. That's an indication of negatively valenced self-schemata. And low self-esteem. There's a low self-esteem scale. There's some content scales and self-other alienation and ego strength. Rorschach, if you see pairs in the figures, that gets coded as higher levels of self-worth. And if you see too many pairs, it's actually, the interpretation is supposed to be potential narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence that that's the case, but that's what clinicians are taught to do, and that's how they interpret it. There are bigger indexes that they draw on, but those scorings go into those bigger indexes for ego, for self-inflated kind of ego strength. Same thing with self-regulation. These are variables that are maybe familiar to us as people interested in social cognitive personality. But again, these code types lack content validity. There was a meta-analysis that looked at the MMPI 2-point codes and 3-point codes that are most commonly used to interpret personality. The average correlation with other measures of those constructs was like 0.14, so not good construct validity. But this is what clinicians use, and the same with the Rorschach. Even worse cases with the Rorschach. Temperament, same issues. I say we're in a crisis because I don't know if this is happening in Brazil, but with insurance companies in the United States, it's hard to get paid as a clinician unless you're doing something that has some evidence of being effective. So insurance companies won't pay you for, Walter Mischel used, this example of he hoped that clinicians weren't like kids in a candy store and they just did whatever therapy they liked. It's hard to do that now with managed care because you have to have some evidence that what you're doing is an approach that has some efficacy. And I think increasingly what's going to happen in the States is that the scientific status of personality assessment is going to be necessary, and it's going to require evidence that personality assessments, one, lead to more valid case conceptualizations, and two, ultimately, better treatment outcomes. So in clinical science, what we're going to begin to see are these manipulated assessment designs where some clients get a personality assessment, other clients do not get a personality assessment, and the big question is, do the clients that get the personality assessment, do they get better sooner? Is treatment more effective? Currently, there's no evidence that the personality assessment instruments that we're using meet any of these requirements. And I think, if you look at the time clinical psychologists are spending doing personality assessment, it's diminishing. 1959, clinicians were reporting that almost 45% of their time in practice was spent doing assessments. That went down in 1969. I don't know if you can read the numbers, they're pretty small. It went down in 1982, and in 2009, the last column there was the last time they did the survey. So clinicians are doing personality assessments less and less, and I think when they are doing it, unfortunately, they, even though there's no evidence that the personality assessment approaches and instruments we all learned in graduate school aren't effective, we use those because that's the only thing we know. Safety exists in the use of traditional tests, especially if there's no viable alternative that exists. So I think this is really problematic. Again, I think the way forward is to, if you want to assess personality, ask from a contemporary personality science perspective, what is it? And that should be driving how you go about assessing it. By the way, I don't know if I didn't say this, but I didn't get any questions, but I'm happy during this presentation also, if someone has a question, feel free to raise your hand. We can make this more of a discussion. Dan has said, rightly, I think, and I think you also said this in the chapter of Walter Mischel, social cognitive theory can provide a forum for integrating the science of persons, and in terms of what are the structures, what are the components in the individual, and what are the processes that explain personality. And here's a graph to kind of show this. I mean, I remember this was at the Social and Personality Conference that Dan, I think you were involved in putting together. There was a pre-personality conference where there were, people that would not identify themselves as personality scientists. They were outside personality, but multiple different disciplines presenting data and presenting research that was relevant to the questions that personality scientists are interested in. So, neuroscience, social, cultural, cognitive, developmental, clinical. It's not as if Bandura and Michelle or Dan, did all the work that identified these constructs they're using. They're drawing from the field broadly, from psychological science broadly, and organizing it in a way that I think is really useful because it's a place you can look at for what is personality. And that science, which again is across subdisciplines in psych science, informs our understanding of how beliefs are represented in memory, how they are activated or primed. Same thing with goals, standards, and I'm going to argue, and I'm not, both Dan and Walter Mischel have explicitly acknowledged the possibility that there are these affective, temperament-like systems that are also exist that could account for individual differences. That first slide I showed you, by the way, of the kids looking at the moment the dragon was slain in the puppet show, I think it's a good illustration of temperament. Just kind of these, very immediate kind of affective reactions to stimuli. So if social cognitive theory is the best place to go for answers about what is personality and how should we assess it, where is it? And clinicians right now, when we are taught to do both cognitive assessment and personality assessment, there's a number of standard textbooks that people use, including in my graduate program, where I'm at now. In none of these books is there a chapter on social cognitive personality assessment. Doesn't exist. Even in theory organized, so these personality textbooks that organize approaches to personality assessment by theory, they cover a broad range of theories, including psychodynamic, interpersonal theory, personological, five-factor model, empirical, and therapeutic assessments, kind of an approach that combines a number of, in a collaborative way with the client, a number of different approaches, but not social cognitive. It just doesn't exist. Odd, because here's one of the two most prominent frameworks in contemporary personality science, completely non-existent in the textbooks we use, the clinicians use to practice personality assessment. I think there's a number of reasons why that might be the case, but it's not because, and I think Dan alluded to this earlier, it's not because Al Bandura or Walter Mischel were uninterested in applying social cognitive theory to improving human life. In fact, they were explicitly interested in that. Both of them had some clinical backgrounds and experiences. And Walter Mischel's book, Personality Assessment, which unfortunately is often misinterpreted as arguing there was no personality. In fact, as Dan described, the whole second half of the book was about an alternative approach to assessing personality. And in fact, in that second half of the book, Walter Mischel tries to illustrate integrating what then was kind of the cutting edge of social learning theory, drawing on that to conceptualize the case of Pearson Brock, who was a flyer in World War II who had developed a sudden fainting problem. And Walter Mischel provides a case conceptualization, an idiographic case conceptualization of Pearson Brock, drawing on what then was the best science. Given the tremendous advancements in the understanding of the basic cognitive and affective mechanisms that contribute to personality, the advancements that have occurred since 1968, the gap between knowledge and practice has only, I think, widened tremendously. And again, I would argue that in clinical practice, there's no wider gap than between the science and the practice than there is in assessing personality, which is, we're treating persons. And yes, we have some treatments that are effective, but they're not optimally effective. Why? Why is this the case? Why don't we see social cognitive methods of personality assessment? I think it's hard. It's easy to do the big five assessment. You just throw a trait measure in front of the client. It's not as clear how to do a comprehensive assessment of the person from a social cognitive perspective. And Dan pointed this out when he first, I think, was describing the Kappa model. Social cognitive theory does not sufficiently differentiate or specify what it is we should measure, the personality structures and processes at a level that can be easily translated into measurement. Dan went over these, but it's not clear symbolizing personal capability, how one, it's a meta theory, so it's intended, to help researchers, but it's not at a level that it's going to make it easy to translate into personality assessment. Also, these variables, as Dan points out, overlap. There's no principled basis for the distinctions that are made. And key is there's no distinction between personality structures, relatively enduring components in the person that are causing the person or influencing how that person thinks, feels, and behaves, and personality processes, more dynamic patterns of appraisal, thinking, feeling that characterize the person. So I do think, Dan's Kappa model really provides a promising step forward by specifying in a principled way these personality variables of beliefs, goals, and standards, and distinguishing between structures and processes. There's a clearer path to developing more, social cognitive personality assessment approaches that can be implemented. Not only that, Dan's Kappa model is a path, it's a contribution in that sense, but Dan, along with Bill Shadle and Simon Gensius, specified principles that we need to keep in mind as we're trying to apply. So we have an idea what to measure, but how we should measure it. Both, it's a pretty clear roadmap. We need to, there's 5 principles. One is distinguish between assessment of internal personality structures and dynamics and the assessment of overt behavioral tendencies. There's a number of studies published in really decent clinical science outlets that, inform us that trait neuroticism, low agreeableness, low conscientiousness is associated with a lot of psychopathology. As a clinician, to know that my client who's experiencing, my definition of depression is you're experiencing sadness most of the day, nearly every day. You're not feeling like you're enjoying things that you used to enjoy. You have a sense of hopelessness. If you look at measures of neuroticism, they're very, some of the same items. I often feel blue. It's a neuroticism item on some of the big 5 scales. But if you look at those neuroticism measures, they also combine items that are getting at thinking. There's things aren't going to get any better. Feelings, feeling blue, and behaviors. That's not distinguishing potentially between internal structures, dynamics, and the assessment of overt behavioral tendencies. Second principle is assess personal determinants of action, the knowledge, beliefs, goals, and self-regulatory skills through which people contribute to their own development. They should be things that actually exist in the person and that positively influence how that person thinks, feels, and behaves. Dan alluded, the big 5 doesn't replicate in individuals. Those constructs were identified, and not always, apparently, in populations. But if you look within the individual, we don't replicate those big 5. Keep separate response systems separate. Kind of talked about that a little bit already, but with the neuroticism measure, combining items that capture thoughts, feelings, and behaviors into overall index of neuroticism doesn't allow you to look at functional relationships between those thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And employ assessments that are sensitive to the qualities of the unique individual Tomorrow, when I describe the personality assessment method that we've been developing in our lab for the last 8 years or so, they have idiographic components and nomothetic components. So, for example, the goal measure, which we adapted a goal measure that is used by other goal researchers, has the client think about what they do behaviorally in a number of different life domains, intimate relationships, non-intimate relationships, leisure activities. They write brief descriptions of their behaviors in each of these different life domains first, and then we ask them whether they think they have a goal in any of these domains. And we have an other domain category that can be anything. So potentially clients can identify any goal that can be very unique, like, I want to get better at Travis-style guitar picking. That could be someone's goal. So that's the idiographic component of our assessments, but then we ask some items that get at how the client thinks about the goal, in terms of how confident are they that they can execute the behaviors required to make the goal happen, and self-efficacy item, whether they view that goal as something that is appetitive, that they approach, or something that is aversive, that they avoid. I did some work for a number of years in Wyoming on the Wind River Indian Reservation with the Northern Arapaho tribe, and we published a lot on kids' goals on that reservation, and there were a lot of aversive goals, like I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to end up like my dad or my uncle. Those are avoidant goal orientations, and there's a lot of research showing that these approach avoidant goal dimensions are important. And those are nomothetic items. So we ask those items, no matter what goal you list, we ask those items that are based on theory in terms of how different goal dimensions impact motivation, affect, performance. Finally, assess persons in context. The personality structures that we're assessing are domain linked. So they're specific goals about a specific life area. When it get to the relational schema measure, that we've been working on, there are thoughts about the self that come to mind when you're with your mother, thoughts that come to mind when you're with your partner, thoughts that come to mind when you're with your friend, and the information about the self that comes to mind is not always overlapping, and I'll talk about that. There's a lot of within-person variation in self-schema content, depending upon what context you prime in the person. So assess persons in context. Well, we should just stop. Dan's done everything. He's told us what to measure. He's told us how to measure it. Why did you invite me to give a talk? He hit his head down. I do think there's, especially in clinical contexts, a need for measure development, and especially a need to develop more content-valid measures. Content validity refers to the degree to which elements of an assessment instrument are relevant to and representative of the targeted construct for a particular assessment purpose. This may not be as much of a problem in personality research. It's a tremendous problem in clinical personality assessment. The instruments we use, even the ones that have labels that look like some of the constructs personality researchers are working on, are not relevant to, not representative of those constructs as we understand them. So it's a major problem. And here's content validity evolves. It should evolve. Constructs evolve. Our understanding, and I'll point this out here in a minute, our understanding of self-schemata has changed since Marcus in 1977 came out with their self-schema paper. There's different, it's become more elaborate. Our measures need to kind of reflect the dynamic nature of the constructs as they're understood today. Most of our clinical assessment, personality assessment instruments, again, were developed in the 1930s, 1940s. And some developed more recently, but those, again, are more focused often on psychopathology and more trait-like construct assessment. So content validity of measures are necessarily going to degrade over time. If you're using the same measures to assess self-schemata that you're using 50 years ago, I think it's legitimate to ask, are you really measuring self-schemata in a content-valid way? The rest of my talk today is going to be focused on the assessment of beliefs. These are the three variables kind of delineated by Dan's Kappa model. Beliefs, as Dan defines them, are mental propositions that are either true or false with regard to actual states in the world. I am Brazilian. Yeah. You would say, no, that's not right, Walt. These are, in Dan's approach, well, I'll come to that in a moment, but in the clinical world, we talk about, people develop beliefs about all kinds of things, themselves, surely, others, their worlds. In the context of clinical personality assessment, which beliefs do we assess? So that's another, some work that has to be done is figuring out that. In Dan's approach, he's been, here's some other beliefs about others: hostile attributional bias, stereotypes, person schemata, role schemata. The world, we have just world, these are just some examples. In clinical context, we do have self-schema measures, quote unquote. The two most frequently used self-schema measures in clinical personality assessment are the dysfunctional attitude scale and the early maladaptive schema that Jeff Young has developed. Other clinical measures are sociotropy, autonomy, but of course there are other self-beliefs. In Dan's work, he's been assessing, self-schemata, looking at personal strengths and personal weaknesses using an open, writing kind of narrative, and we actually incorporate that as well in our assessment of schemata. But we also incorporate some other measures in our approach that aim to kind of reflect the self-schema's construct as it has evolved. So here's Marcus's original definition of a self-schema, and they were defined as cognitive generalizations about the self derived from past experience that organize and guide the processing of self-related information contained in the individual's social experience. The idea of looking at the self as a cognitive structure like we view other beliefs, that was very generative in terms of people doing research. It very soon evolved. In Marcus in 1987 was describing self-schema as a collection of self-representations. And the working self concept is that subset of representations which is accessible at a given moment. So we now are talking about multiple self-representations with the context priming and making accessible and working memory, any given self-schema in the moment. As personality, scientists and clinicians, we're interested in self-schemata that are chronically accessible, that easily come to mind, and that have a large influence on that person's thinking, feeling, and behaving. But it evolved even further. Baldwin in 1992 did some research and described self-schema construct as, and he actually referred to it as the relational schema construct, but hypothesized that they included images not just of self, but of the other, along with a script for an expected pattern of interaction derived from generalization from repeated similar interpersonal experiences. So now we have a self-schema construct that is now including knowledge representations of others, along with kind of the Abelson script construct, what typically happens when we're with that other. Ogilvy, self with other representation presumes that we not only create internal mental representations of others and images of self in different roles and undertakings, but that we also form mental representations of self as experienced in the company of specific others. Anderson and Chin, a set of relational selves, each embodying the relatively unique self one experiences in relation to a significant other, including the typical relationship patterns between self and other. So again, this idea of the structure of the self schema, including representations of others, representations of scripts. McConnell, the self is a collection of multiple context-dependent self aspects that are associated with personal attributes. And this is, a wide perspective, a widely held perspective among self-researchers. And for similar views, you can look at these references, including Martin Conway, who's, I believe, is he a cognitive? I think he's a cognitive psychologist, studies memory. Fraley, who studies attachment, recognizes that we have multiple attachment representations depending upon context. So this is an example of how science evolves, our understanding of constructs evolve. Certainly our understanding of self-schemata has evolved over the last 50 years, or almost 50 years. We now there's a number of people view it as a cognitive representation that includes a family of selves. And it's relational. The self is entangled. Our memory representations have associative links to representations of others. James, like a lot of things, said this even back in 1890, an individual has as many different social selves as there are distinct groups of persons about whose opinion he cares. So, ask yourself, like if you could imagine, in these experiments, and some of the ones that Baldwin does, he'll have you visualize a typical interaction with your mom or with somebody else, and ask yourself, do you think the same information about the self would come to mind in each of those contexts? Some information might. There might be some similarity, but likely there's going to be some distinctive content about the self that becomes accessible. So here's a graphic representation of the self-schema construct. The interpersonal script, there's Susan Chin has talked about the interpersonal script end goal. And there have been some other self-researchers arguing that not only do we have representations of the self that are associatively linked to specific others, but also expectations about what typically happens when we're with that other person, as well as what we're trying to do, typically. So, do our current assessment instruments of self-schemata, especially in clinical contexts, are they content valid? Are they representing the self-schema construct in a way that is relevant to and representative of the target construct? I don't think so. Most self-schema measures, particularly in clinical contexts, assess the self as a unitary, single cognitive, monolithic cognitive structure about the self in general, unlinked to context. The dysfunctional attitude scale is an example of that. As I said, it's probably one of the most frequently used measures in clinical research and in by some clinicians with a cognitive bent in clinical practice. It asks about beliefs about the self in general, maladaptive self-beliefs, like if I fail partly, it says it is as bad as a complete failure. It doesn't ask if this belief comes to mind in particular role contexts or with particular others. It just asks this in general. And it really, there's kind of two factors that emerge in the dysfunctional attitude scale. One that kind of gets at perfectionistic standards for performance, and another that gets at self-worth contingent beliefs in general, but they're in general, right? And I can be perfectionistic about some things, but other things, my wife would clearly attest to this. She would like to see me more perfectionistic. The argument is that these kinds of beliefs about the self might be also very contextually dependent, but the dysfunctional attitude scale doesn't get at content about the self by priming the full self-schema structure. So the way to do that would be to think of yourself in important interpersonal context, thinking about what you typically do, the script, maybe thinking about the particular role of you or other, the context in which this is happening, and then assessing what information about the self comes to mind. The Young Schema Questionnaire, as I said, is another measure that's used a lot by clinicians now to assess self-schemata. And it's, again, the items are things like I don't fit in, no man or woman I desire could love me once he or she saw my defects. Doesn't ask the extent to which these beliefs are present with specific others, roles or contexts. It's, it's limited to beliefs about rejection. There's a number of different Young Schema Questionnaire scales, but each of them is about that content in general, in a specific relational context. So we're going to take a break now, I think. Is that about the right time? Half an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, half an hour before the break.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I'll keep talking then. Let me ask you at this point.
May I get a question?
Yeah.
Well, I have one. There is no online questions, and if someone else has, I can bring the microphone as well. So Val, I'm still back a few slides thinking about decreasing the personality assessment. I'm wondering, is that because, for example, nowadays we are very specialized in doing stuff, so we don't look a person as a whole, but we look whether the person is depressed, and then we just assess depression, and give an intervention, medication, and whatever, and then we don't consider that anymore as a personality assessment. Whereas back in the days, perhaps all these assessments would be more related to the person itself than actually a specific, depression, bipolar, or whatever. Does that make sense,
I think, if I understand you correctly, there are times where we aren't, right, especially with managed care, there's emphasis on being efficient and assessing personality is not essential. Especially if you begin with the normative case conceptualization and you just do CBT for depression and it works. There's no need to assess personality. I think we need to improve our treatments. And we have a number of treatments a number of clients for whom our treatments don't work. And they're often the same clients who have ingrained, long-standing patterns of thinking and behaving that are, in some cases, actually the psychopathology that we're trying to treat. But in other cases, there are patterns that are very, very specific situational contexts that are contributing to their distress and dysfunction. And if we just view our client as a depressed person and don't systematically gather information about those personality signatures, those patterns of thinking and behaving that happen in a very specific context, those patterns, those different patterns are going to continue. And the client is not, it's going to continue to struggle and experience distress and dysfunction.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I'm just, you know, if we, let's take Brazil as an example. We still use like, you know, psychoanalysis, all this sort of things. Then the personality assessment for them is, you know, the projective testing, all this sort of things. But in Europe, United States, it's not used that often anymore. So I guess the decrease of using, you know, personality assessment might be related to also using, not using psychoanalysis, for example, or other type of variables, and then starting this new movement, perhaps not new, right? Started in the 60s, I guess, right then, so not that new. But how can, I'm just trying to look the connections between why personality assessment has been decreasing, whereas now we have more evidence of how to do a better job and why it is important.
So why is it that we used to be doing these personality assessments more, and we're doing it less now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is, especially amongst more scientifically minded clinical practitioners. So in the United States, we have a model of clinical training. It's called the scientist practitioner model. Most universities, you know, that are public universities that have clinical psych PhD programs kind of adopt this. It's called the Boulder model. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but we're training our clinicians both as scientists and practitioners. And the idea is science-informed practice, practice-informed science. Clinicians that come out of those training programs don't do personality assessments because they know the science on the personality assessment tools that are available, and they know they're not good. So yeah, I recognize that it's important. I know obviously personality is contributing to my clients' difficulties and their distress, but we don't have anything that's valid. We don't have anything to use that is that has any credible evidence of being useful. So, and oftentimes the clinicians that come out of those scientist practitioner programs are often the leaders, the directors of clinics, or the, so I think that's going on. I think the other thing that's going on is you want to get paid for what you do. Administering a Rorschach takes it's a bit of work. You have to, you know, administer the Rorschach. You have to interpret it. It takes time, and you want to get paid for your time. It's getting increasingly difficult to get paid for your time administering a Rorschach, at least in the United States. The MMPI, again, I still have students writing psychological assessment reports that, it's really hard for me to think of many cases in which the results yielded by the MMPI-2 revealed anything interesting that I didn't already know. Oftentimes in our intake procedure, we usually do a semi-structured interview, and we got a pretty good sense of the client's distress and dysfunction, and what's most kind of distressing, what's most dysfunctional, and we have our labels for those patterns, and we also usually administer some objective personality assessment test. Most clinics do this. The other one's the personality assessment inventory. But again, the results from those instruments don't really give us much for the effort that's required to administer those instruments. The MMPI takes about 45 minutes to complete. You have to pay for this report that gets generated. And then the interpretation is very complex. Like you can look at the 2-point and 3-point code types. Then you're supposed to look, because they've cleaned this up somewhat. A lot of the scales are correlated with each other because of this general distress factor that cuts across all the scales. But then to interpret a particular code type, to really interpret it well, the items are so heterogeneous within the different scales. you have to look at the critical items within the scales to make sense of why someone scored high on an 8 scale, for example. So now you got to spend time looking at the critical items and reading, you know, it's a lot of effort. And I don't think the effort is justifying meaning, you know, the amount of information you're getting that's useful. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Any other
Yeah.
questions? Yeah.
So online people can hear us. Sorry.
It's going to reduce my self-efficacy now, but Professor, I was wondering while you're talking, is there any possibilities to group types of personality by maladaptive self-structures? Grouping types, different types of personality by maladaptive self-structures, like failure or shame. I was wondering while you're talking if there is any possibility to group these types of personality by the Jeffrey Young's maladaptives.
I think that's an interesting question. And I think that may be the case, that there are similar patterns. Like there are, you know, a good example of this is research looking at rejection sensitivity. There are a group of people who, in ambivalent interpersonal situations, most of us might approach interpersonal situations with like, oh, this might be interesting, or this might be boring, or people high on rejection sensitivity approach interpersonal situations kind of scanning the social environment for signs that they're being rejected. Mm-hmm. And so interpersonal situations for them, especially if they're not familiar people, they're not family or friends, are threatening, and they're constantly scanning their perceptual world for signs that they're being rejected. And they show, so they have those kinds of thoughts, and there's, you know, and there's, it's a useful program of research because you can identify groups of people who in ambiguous social situations are quick, ready to perceive interpersonal rejection. They experience common affective states. They feel hurt, they want to withdraw, they feel angry, they want to, you know, attack verbally, and they experience a lot of rejection interpersonally. It becomes a vicious cycle. Anticipating rejection, they may avoid social interactions, not develop as much social skills, things don't go as well. So I do think that there could be emergent kind of response classes where similar structures are being activated for certain people. Certain self-schemata are being activated and that are in common somewhat, and leading to similar patterns of thinking, feeling, behaving. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay.
I think we're good there.
Yeah. So we're working on developing a new self-schema measure. What we did some preliminary work, where we had people basically write names of people that they most thought about or most interacted with in different kind of interpersonal categories like close friends or partners or parents, siblings, and we also solicited roles that were the roles that they were most frequently in. So they identify these targets, and again, they're 10 most, kind of either frequently thought about targets or contexts that they're frequently in and interacting in. And what we did is we had, for each relational context, the participant visualize the self in a typical interaction. We used a script that Baldwin has used in his research on relational schema. So you actually form a mental picture of the person's face, and you are asked to kind of visualize a typical interaction in sequence, and there's a set of instructions that go with that. And then we had participants write open-ended descriptions of what they're typically doing, what typically happens when you're with this person or in this role. What are the sequence of events? What is it that you're typically trying to do? And we also, at the end, had them list several adjectives that came to mind that kind of describe the self in those interactions. When we looked at that, we observed, here's the problem. Clinicians don't have the time to code. Coding is very difficult. To code open-ended scripts for different things. So we were trying to develop an instrument that would kind of capture in a more content-valid way the schema construct that didn't require coding. Participants, we saw strong themes of connection or disconnection, like, and I'll give some examples of this, competence or incompetence, autonomy or feeling like you're being coerced or controlled in situations. So here's an example. This was a woman who envisioned herself with her boyfriend, and a typical script, this is what she wrote. My boyfriend and I live together, so our typical interactions start with asking how each of our days have been. We usually kiss or hug when we greet each other. We share meals together often and also find ourselves doing homework together or snuggling while watching a movie. So that's a typical sort of thing that happens with her boyfriend. Her typical goal, she described as to connect, to feel closer, to give and get support from this person. Self-descriptive adjectives were loved, accepted. So obviously, strong themes of relatedness, connection there. With another participant, they envisioned their self with grandmother. Typical script was, we talk to each other on the phone, and I discuss my school grades and talk about what I need to improve. She gives me advice, is often critical of me. Typical goal is to try to impress her, to try to get good grades and get her respect. Self-descriptive adjectives, though, pretty negatively valenced. Not good enough, failure, young. So we didn't go into this, honestly, expecting for that content. We were just, I was interested in what content emerges about the self when you have people visualize the self in different relational contexts, different role contexts. What are the typical, is there some way of coding this? Are there themes that emerge in people's content? Although we didn't expect it, there are other research who study the self who would. I think there's problems with the psychological need construct, but there are these theorists who, well, Anderson's not one of them, but she argued that basic psychological needs for human connection, competence, or mastery may be stored as part of our relational selves. That was, I think, a psych review paper. Carol Dweck, we have built-in attentional mechanisms, built-in inferential and representational abilities that orient self towards basic psychological needs of acceptance, competence, and predictability. That's paraphrasing there, but that's essentially what she was saying. Certainly, DC and Ryan, the self-determination theorists would argue this, and they have a paper on multiple selves and that makes this point. People have many identities, for example, as parent, employee, spouse, friend, patient, religious devotee, conservative or liberal, and many more, rather than just a single identity, that optimally allow fulfillment of the psychological needs for relatedness, competence, and autonomy. So the idea here is they're arguing that our self-memory systems orient to representations of how we fit in or do not fit in, relatedness themes, what we're good at or bad at, competence themes, what interests or disinterests us, thereby becoming infused into the self-memory structure. Using this pilot data, and then consulting, self-determination theories, definitions of these three psychological needs, we created a coding manual that we actually borrowed a fair amount from Dan McAdams, who does, does this life story interview where he has to code people's narrative responses describing the self. We started with that, and then using DC and Ryan's definitions, ended up starting with that, but then adding to it, modifying it, coming up with a coding manual that we experimented with, and we're able to get raters to independently, agree with one another. And we did the same. We did a study where we used the same basic procedure I described in the preliminary work, where we had folks identify their most accessible relational schemata. From a personality perspective, the goal is to identify self-representations that are relatively enduring, that actually exist in the person's mind, that come to mind most frequently, that are most accessible. So we tried to identify their most accessible relational schemata, and by that, we identified the others or the roles that they most thought about or most were frequently in, or the others they were most frequently interacting with. And they brainstorm and list a bunch of targets, and then they pick a subset of those as the ones that are most frequently interacted with or thought about. We had them imagine a typical interaction, and again, write open-ended descriptions of typical scripts and goals for each self. They listed self-descriptive adjectives, and we also had items that for each relational schema, we asked how confident they were that they could perform the behaviors that would for their goal that they listed. They wrote an open-ended description of the goal, typical goal, and we asked them to rate their efficacy for being able to enact the behaviors that would enable them to reach that goal. They also listed self-descriptive, rated items for self-valence, how good or bad they felt about the self in the interaction, and connection, how connected or disconnected, close or rejected or distant did they experience the interaction. We also had them complete some standard schema measures that are used in the clinical literature a fair amount. The early maladaptive schema measure. We actually used both dysfunctional attitude scale and the Young's measure. Measures of rejection sensitivity and some traits. Here were the targets that came up most frequently. These were college students, young, average age was just under 20. And the most frequent targets that came, we coded, by the way, the targets. So I had a coding manual that listed, I think it was 36 different targets and roles. The raters were trained to, and there was high agreement on rating the targets especially. They were, and self with friend came up most frequently. Self with mother next, self with father, so you can just read down the list, sibling, partner, grandmother, relative, ex-partner. We also asked, for each of these targets, how frequently they thought about the person. 2 on this scale, you can look at the accessibility column there. 2 would be once every week or so. 3 is once every day. So they're reporting for these, certainly for the, for most of the targets there, thinking about the target at least once every day. For partner, multiple times a day. And then also assessed valence, how good or bad they experienced the self in that interaction. We remember they also wrote self-descriptive adjectives, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We had coders code the valence of those self-descriptive adjectives, and we calculated a valence ratio, so the ratio of good to bad self-descriptive adjectives for each schema. But here you can see that people are recalling self-representations in which they feel good about the self. I actually think that might be, in a clinical context, it might be important to have some targets where the self, where you don't explicitly pull for when the self feels threatened, but that's not what people are reporting when you just ask them to list the people they most interact with or most think about. These are roles. People could list self with others, but they could also list self as professor, self as student. None of them were professors. So they could list other. By the way, I should take everybody. We signed one target for everyone. All participants were told to complete the responses for self as student. They were all undergraduate students, so this was a role that they all had. So if you were studying medical, physicians, you could do this for self as physician or something. But you can see again that generally people are, these are pretty accessible self-representations. They're coming to mind every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And in general, they're feeling pretty good about the self in these roles. The lowest, I think, is self as student. All right, you know what? Let's stop there. It's not a clean break, but we'll just continue with what I'm going to do the rest of the day is describe this study. There's one more study where we actually developed items and it's the relational self-schema measure that's now published in the Journal of Personality Assessment. So it's a measure that I'm hoping that's practical that clinicians can actually use to come up with more content-valid assessment of self-schema. So that's where we're headed today. Thank you. gotten the signal, I can continue. I haven't given this talk before, maybe you can all tell, but so I don't know how long this is going to go, but if I have a feeling we might, end up a little early, but feel free to ask questions, is what I'm saying. So don't, and even if I don't get through all of it today, I can always, start with what I don't get to tomorrow. So feel free to ask questions. Sorry for those who aren't here, so we did this, this initial study where folks provided, open-ended written descriptions of the typical scripts, goals, self-descriptive adjectives that came to mind for their most accessible self with other schemata, and we were able to reliably code this content. We found evidence that these coded need themes were associated in the expected directions with measures of rejection sensitivity, traits, and early maladaptive schemata. Here's a construct validity challenge that we face when the existing constructs that are supposed to measure the construct you're trying to measure are not good. And we have to have, but to get published, you have to provide some evidence that they're, associated with things you'd expect them to be associated with. So, but that's what we found. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but these coded need themes were associated in the particular direction. Here's the thing I really want to get to, which is the content of people's self with other representations varied more within person than the content varied between people. So for each individual, they described their self-efficacy. Well, they also completed self-report items for how confident they were that they could do what they were trying to do. Self-efficacy item. They completed self-efficacy. They completed an item for how good or bad they felt about the self, and they completed an item for how connected or accepted or alternatively rejected, disconnected they felt from the other or in the role. And there was more variation within the individuals, different self-schemata, than there was variation between different individuals. I think from an assessment perspective, that's really important. We used M+ to calculate interclass correlation estimates for both between person and within person variance for self-reported goal efficacy, schema valence, and connection across the 7 relational schemata. Remember, in this study, every participant completed a self as student schema because they were all students. So we just assigned that role. They then picked the 6 relational contexts that they thought about the most or that were most accessible in terms of interactions for that person. But these are what they look like. So if you look at between person variance for goal efficacy, valence, connection, and then you look at the within person variance for goal efficacy, valence, and connection, the within person variance is 2 to 5 times as much as the between person variance, which I think from an assessment perspective has a huge implication for these general measures of self-schemata. Now, when we get to the actual measure that we ended up developing based from all of this work, it's not quite this much different. In fact, the between-person variance is a little bit more than within-person variance, but they're very close and it's substantial. So this is a fundamental point, I think, that there are self with other representations for almost every individual. There are self with other representations that are less positive, that are where they feel less efficacy, where they are less connected than other self-representations that they have. And from a clinical perspective, I don't want to know when they're having low efficacy, when they're feeling low levels of connection or feeling bad about the self on average. I want to know on which contexts they're experiencing. That's most important clinically to intervene. To know under what relational context the person's feeling relatively worse about the self, is feeling relatively less confident, less connected. And, it could have been, this result could have been, very minimal with in-person variance, and so all you need to do is assess one cell schema and you've got it. These results really underscore the fact that you don't got it, that you have to assess people's family of cells, that you have to assess multiple self-representations, and there is variance across those self-representations, and from a clinical context, that's really critical, because that positions us to kind of talk about, well, what's going on when you're interacting with Bob? Looks like you think pretty negatively about the self. Looks like you're feeling rejected. Even though on average, maybe their cell schema scores on average, and we calculate, we do this. We could add their valence for all 7 self with other schemas, and maybe they're not clinically significant. Maybe they're overall pretty positive about the self. But we find out that with this one person, suddenly they're experiencing, kind of an aversive state because they're feeling disconnected, low efficacy, so on. So implications, I'm kind of saying this said this already, but implications for personality assessment are different self with other representations possess distinctive content. So we need to assess self-knowledge in multiple interpersonal contexts. Again, from a clinical perspective, I want to know the contexts that are chronically accessible, because I want to know what's accounting for the most distress, the most dysfunction. And for every client I've seen, those contexts are usually pretty accessible. The other problem, though, again, is clinicians are busy. They don't have a lot of time and they won't learn this coding manual, which I have. And if you go to the paper that presents this study in self and identity, I've used the whole open data thing, so you can look at the data, but you can also get access to our coding manual, and you'll see that it's very detailed. I can't expect clinicians on the ground to be learning to do this. So we need to develop, I think there comes with some limitations, but practically speaking, right now clinicians are assessing self-schemata. Again, remember, with the Young Schema Questionnaire, the Dysfunctional Attitude Scale, the goal is to develop a practical measure that clinicians can use that has more content validity. In a paper we published in Journal of Personality Assessment, we reported 2 studies. In an initial study, we first were developing some potential items, self-report items, to capture these different themes we were seeing in the open-ended descriptions of relatedness, competence, and autonomy. We drew from the DC and Ryan work and wrote definitions for the 6 different psychological needs. And so we came up with, so for relatedness, for example, there was relatedness satisfaction, relatedness frustration. For competence, there was competence satisfaction, competence frustration, and for autonomy, the same thing. So we came up with 6 definitions. We came up with a pool of we identified 162 initial items. Keep in mind, we're having people complete items for multiple relational targets. So I can't assign, the MMPI has 562 items, but you can see we'd be over that very quickly if we tried to assess some reasonable range of targets. So anyways, also the goal here is to develop optimal items. We wanted an over-inclusive item pool. And initially we selected 48 items that we thought was best, 8 items each for both satisfaction and frustration of the 3 psychological needs as defined by DC and Ryan. In the first study, we had 512 adults. Average age was 46, recruited from a Qualtrics survey panel. And the relational self-schema measure has people first brainstorm. This is kind of similar to it. It has some idiographic features to it. People can list any target. They can list So this is the ideographic part. List names of people you think about or interact with frequently in different relationship categories, and we had a number of different relationship categories. One of the things that I think sometimes happens with assessment is we don't realize the priming influence of just context. So, you know, in a clinical context, certain things are likely to come to mind. We have people think about different relational contexts explicitly, hopefully priming targets that otherwise might not come to mind in that assessment context. After they review all the names they listed, they identify 4 people who you think about or interact with the most often. So we had them identify 4 targets. We assigned all participants a self with mother and self with father targets. And again, depending on your research interests, you know, the RSSM, you could use it to assign any specific target or role that you'd be interested in assigning folks to. But there were 6 targets, so that's a lot of items. We have 6 targets. We're starting off with 48 items. Again, the idea is that we wanted an over-inclusive item set so we could identify good items. And for each of the 6 targets that participants were given these instructions, think about a typical experience of you with Tom. Picture Tom's face, forming a good image of Tom, and really try to get an experience of you with Tom. It might help to imagine what typically happens between the two of you, so we're priming the script there. What Tom does and says, how you do, what you do and say, I mistyped there, how you do it, as well as what you're trying to do. And what we borrow these instructions pretty heavily from Baldwin, who does the relational schema work. I don't know if you've seen this work. It's you know, in one of his experiments, he has Roman, these were students who identified as Roman Catholics, and they read a passage of text. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. I know you know this study, but they read a passage of text that was a sexually permissive kind of text describing 2 strangers meeting and having sex. But in one condition, they had people read a very similar set of instructions as you're seeing here on the screen about imagine yourself with mom before they read the sexually permissive text. They read it about the Pope, self with Pope. And then in another condition, they used another target, and they took physiological measures, and they find that, you know, priming self with Pope, there's more physiological distress and stuff when you're reading these sexually permissive passages. It's kind of the relational schema idea. There's other research looking at it, priming self at different attachment categories and so forth. But we're trying to prime self with these 6 most chronically accessible kinds of targets. Maybe chronically is the wrong, this sounds negative, but for each imagined experience of self with other participants, complete 48 items representing these needs again. And here's some examples of some items. When I am with Tom, I generally feel an item for relatedness satisfaction would be close to this person. An item for relatedness frustration would be uncared for. For competence satisfaction, capable in my abilities. Frustration, inadequate. Autonomy satisfaction, I am doing what really interests me. And autonomy frustration, what I do or say is control. Those are just sample items. And again, based on DC and Ryan's definitions of those needs. We used an exploratory SEM approach, which we conducted for each of the 6 relational schemata. So for each self with other, we conducted separate SEMs for each self representation, and we expected a 6-factor model to emerge for each of those satisfaction and frustration combinations for the 3 needs. We didn't get that. We got a final 4-factor model that was best fitting. I'll talk more about that final factor model when I get to the confirmatory factor analysis we did with a separate sample. But based on that model, we picked the 24 best items that loaded on the factors most cleanly and didn't load on, had simple structure, didn't load on the other factors significantly. And that model has really good support for each of the targets. Remember, we're assessing 6 different targets, and you can see the range of the fit indices for the first 4 persons, self, whichever those were for the person, and then we also had mother and father. And it's, you know, that 4-factor model fit really, really well. We did have some initial, I don't know if I say this here. Oh, before I say this, I think, yeah, there was some support for a 3-factor model, but it really lacked simple structure and didn't do as well on some other indices. So we did this exploratory factor model, initially supporting this 4-factor kind of structure. We got a separate adult sample. Again, the age was around low 40s. One thing we noticed in study 1, remember these are folks who are middle-aged, and we assigned, this is the problem with nomothetic signing of targets, unless you're thoughtful about it. A number of our adult participants did not report highly accessible self with parent relational schemata. They were, you know, in a number of cases their parents had deceased, and in other cases they just had their own separate lives. So when we asked, you know, one of the items we asked for each of these schemata is how often do you think about or interact with the person, and those scores were really, for this sample of adults, were really low for self with parents. For the second study, we did not, by default, assign self with parent schemata. Now there might be attachment theorists would be saying, what? We certainly, the participants could do that on their own. If they identify one of their parents as one of their 4 most accessible targets, the parent, you know, will be in there, but we did not assign it by default. We again had participants completing measures of self-esteem, attachment, depression, and anxiety. We did a confirmatory factor analytic approach, which again we conducted for each of the 4 relational schemata. Again, the 4-factor model fit the data really well. So we're able to replicate that. Those are the fit indices for the 4 targets. So now we have a scale that's, you know, 4 targets, 24 items per target. It's a little bit more reasonable. And the item loadings were pretty good. You know, you can see there for control satisfaction, we have a couple items as examples there. Oh, I'm going to talk more about this. Those asterisk factors are, remember we hypothesized 6 factors. We didn't get that. We got 4. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment because we were unaware that there were researchers who actually predicted these blended factors that we came up with, including Carol Dweck, but we were not expecting it. The control satisfaction gets at both kind of, it's satisfaction, but it both gets at competence and autonomy. So the 2 items kind of reflect that. So capable in my abilities kind of gets at this original competence satisfaction factor we were hoping to get, but able to make my own decisions gets at this autonomy satisfaction factor. In our factor analyses, these 2 factors merge, and our compound, you know, needs is what Carol Dweck refers to them as. Same with self-esteem frustration. You know, this is picking up disliked by this person. This is getting at connectedness, relatedness frustration that we thought would be its own separate factor. Interestingly, it combined with competence frustration, inadequate. Yeah.
Val, just one perhaps stupid question. How the control satisfaction is different from self-efficacy?
How is control satisfaction different from self-efficacy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so self-efficacy is your appraisal of your ability to enact a behavior in a given context. It's a very specific kind of construct. What we're assessing here is your sense of being able to do what you're trying to do, your your self-efficacy, if you will, in this relational context. So when you're with John or whoever the relational other was, you know, you feel capable in your abilities, but that's pretty broad, right? Self-efficacy researchers would not like that. Sorry, Dan, yeah. But you able to make my own decisions, that's not, I mean, that's, you know, getting more at kind of, it's a control-related construct. But the autonomy is also just getting at this internal sense of control. When you feel capable of being able to enact a behavior, it's possible that you have high confidence in being able to enact the behavior, but it feels coerced. Right? You could have, I mean, those two don't necessarily have to go together in the real world. I could feel high efficacy for something, feel, oh, I'm pretty confident I could get my, you know, I could go on this trip with John. I could imagine myself capable of doing it, but I don't want to, or I don't, you know, it's feeling like it's forced or pressured, so I don't have, you know, much. So those two don't necessarily have to go together. Did I answer? It's kind of a more omnibus kind of measure. It's combined. It's a compound, you know, construct, getting at both confidence in being able to execute behaviors in that relational context, but also a sense of it's coming from within you. You're choosing to do this. Or alternatively, not feeling confident that you can do it, what you're trying to do in this relational context, but also feeling it's coerced and feeling like it's not autonomous. So, yeah, there's this sacrifice, right, between kind of convenience of measurement and specificity and creating a scale. I mean, which is, I think we certainly, I would imagine I could identify people who score high control satisfaction for a relational target, but I could do an interview with them, and I would find out that even though they scored high in control satisfaction when they're with their partner, there's probably, in the interview, I would find out that there's certain behaviors they don't feel very confident in being able to do with their partner. And that might be important. So, yeah. The self-esteem frustration one, there are some social psychologists who argue that, I think Leary does this, where, they view, we have it's a sociometer. I don't know if you've heard of this construct, but we're constantly evaluating our social environment. We're being accepted or rejected, and we have some sort of sense of that. But if we perceive that we're being rejected, we reflexively question our competence. That if I perceive that someone's not liking me or rejecting me, it's reflexive. Leary would argue that we also come to question our capabilities, our adequacy. And so some people would predict those things tend to go together, and we find that on this measure. But the relatedness, satisfaction, and autonomy frustration scales really were the only two examples where the items adhered together the way we wanted. But again, this was a replicated factor structure after the exploratory, so we feel pretty confident in this structural validity of the scale. You might, from a clinical perspective, if you find out, you've already got more information than you typically get with scales, right? If you find out that with one specific relational target, there's low control satisfaction, that might be worth pursuing and asking more questions. So I see that when you're with Tom, although your other three targets, you reported high control satisfaction. When with Tom, you scored really low in control satisfaction. Tell me about that. What's going on? And in that process, you might find out more specific answers about why they scored low on control satisfaction. Things correlate the way we would expect them to kind of correlate. All these correlations were significant at P.01, below P.01. So it relatedness satisfaction correlates positively with self-esteem, control satisfaction does, and of course wait a minute, I must have messed up there. That relatedness, I mistyped relatedness satisfaction there. That's going to be self-esteem frustration. Sorry about that, the third one there. That's supposed to read, instead of relatedness satisfaction, above autonomy frustration, that's supposed to be self-esteem frustration. But things in general kind of, show some construct validity. They correlate with other measures in the way we'd expect them to. What about incremental validity? After controlling for self-esteem and measures of attachment, we found that the self-esteem frustration scale accounted for additional variance in anxiety and additional variance in distress, which is kind of tough to pull off. I mean, we're capturing variance already explained by attachment measures. This is Chris Fraley's measure, and this is the Rosenberg self-esteem measure. But even after controlling for that, the self-esteem frustration scale was accounting for additional variance. And autonomy frustration, same thing. For anxiety, was accounting for additional variance in anxiety and distress, even after controlling for self-esteem and attachment. Control satisfaction accounted for additional variance in positive affect, although relatedness satisfaction was only marginally significant, P.06. So we had pretty good evidence of incremental validity. Here's the question. In the first, the initial study that we published in Self and Identity, we had these open-ended descriptions, but they also completed self-report items for efficacy, valence, connection, and I pointed out that within there was significant, in fact, in some cases 5 times as much within person variance as there was between person variance in these items. Was there significant within person variance in self-schema content on the relational self-schema measure? And so we looked at average within and between person variance across the 4 scales. So by that, for relatedness satisfaction, we looked at relatedness satisfaction for your first target, your second target, your third target, and your fourth target. Was there more variation for you across those 4 targets than the amount of variation between different people? And in this case, they were comparable. So the within person variance 0.43, the between person variance 554%. That should be percent. Here's an interesting question. Does variability in how you experience the self across different relational targets, does that variability in and of itself predict anything? Does it predict positive affect, anxiety, depressive symptoms after controlling for absolute scores? So if we enter your score for relatedness satisfaction across the 4 targets, does variability across those 4 targets and relatedness satisfaction account for any additional variance in affect, anxiety, and depressive symptoms? We use the cumulative within person standard deviation for each SSM scale. So the way to think about this is if someone scored the same exact score for relatedness satisfaction for each of the 4 targets that they listed, their standard deviation would be 0. They would have no within person variance. So what happens? Well, looking at positive affect, after controlling for both absolute RSSM satisfaction scores, the cumulative within person standard deviation for the 2 RSSM satisfaction scales accounted for additional variance in positive affect. So variability in relatedness satisfaction and control satisfaction, combining that variability accounts for additional variance in positive affect. For distress, after controlling for both absolute RSSM frustration scores, the cumulative within person standard deviation for the 2 RSSM frustration scales accounted for additional variance in distress as well. So anxiety, Same thing. After controlling for absolute scores, did not account for additional variance and distress. So the measure we used it's called the ADDIE 27. It's based on Watson and Clark, who basically have a tripartite theory. So distress is viewed as common to both anxiety and depression. Low positive affect is viewed as specific to depression. Somatic anxiety is viewed as specific to anxiety. So the common, just for distress, we get variability matters. For positive affect, or you can think of that as a low positive affect for the case of depression, matters. But for anxiety, somatic anxiety, we did not find that variability accounted for significant additional variance. So, some conclusions. We think, again, this was an effort just if I could bring it back to the beginning, I do think there's some work to be done if we want to apply CAPA in a clinical context to developing measures that clinicians can use, that are relatively easy to use, that have more content validity, that represent the constructs in a more accurate representational, proportional way than our current measures that we use, like dysfunctional attitude, Young schema questionnaire. I think, I'm going to argue, of course, we developed it as a new measure that adheres more closely to current conceptualizations of self-schema structure and assesses self-schema content that emerges when the full self-memory structure, or at least more full, is properly assessed as multiple relational memory representations. The other thing is there is substantial, when you do that, there is substantial within-person variability in self-schema content depending on relational contexts. Further, it matters in terms of predicting additional variance in positive affect and distress, but not anxiety. I would also argue it's very useful clinically, again, to know under what relational contexts people's experiences of need frustration or need satisfaction are different, because I can expect that there's going to be some differences. We haven't used this measure. We're in the process of using it with a clinical sample. It's going to be interesting to see if there's, in terms of variability and in terms of the relationships with some of the outcomes we're looking at. But just clinically, it's more useful to have that contextual information about how the self is experienced and when it experiences certain types of distress. Also, positive, right? It's interesting. We'll see this tomorrow with one of the cases that I'll use to illustrate. Sometimes with depressed folks, if you talk to them, just do an interview, you get the sense that everything's going miserably, horribly and poorly across all life domains. But when you do confrontive testing like this, often we find that's not the case. That actually there are certain contexts where things are going relatively well. The person almost doesn't look depressed. And that's really informative in terms of the psychological structures that may be operating and the processes that may be operating in those contexts when they are distressed. Updated, careful specification of constructs is always important in science. Constructs are dynamic and evolve. I may talk about this a little bit tomorrow. We've developed an adapted measure that Klinger has used to assess goals. We've adapted it quite a bit to assess goals, and we follow it up with a personality assessment interview. And one of the things I'm finding when I do this is these goal measures don't always capture people's goals. What people listen to goal measures sometimes can be moral standards or other things, or may also not capture the goals at the level that we But I do think, based on some of the research on the distinction between standards and goals and how thinking about standards and goals can have different impacts on motivation and performance, it's important to make those distinctions because things may have different consequences. Yeah, constructs are dynamic and evolve. I think we always have to be thinking about developing measures. And I have to say, the procedure I'll present tomorrow includes a personality assessment interview where we review their responses to our questionnaires. We need to ask questions, important questions, to get a sense of, is this really a goal? Is it related to other things you're thinking about? All right, so the other thing, I mentioned earlier, I think Dan's work is providing a really good roadmap that might help us pull out of this crisis that I think we're in terms of clinical personality assessment. But there's work to do, part of which includes developing better measures. We need to keep up with the science, and I think we've fallen way behind. So I don't know where we're at, but that's all I have. Yeah, that's all I have for today's talk. So I can answer questions or see. Yeah, Dan.
Maybe repeat the question just rather than just one second.
Yeah.
Rather than having you
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Sorry. Or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now there's no need to repeat the question. What is, how significant is defensiveness in completing the questionnaires? That is, how do you know that you haven't missed all the interesting content because the person didn't want to write it down or?
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we were asking for people. We're asking them to report. We start off with just targets, right? We're just starting off with the other people they're most thinking about, or the roles they're most thinking about. So they're, at the front end, they don't necessarily know that they're going to be answering a bunch of items about how they experience the self with those targets. So I don't think at the front end we do in our instructions kind of describe how these could be people that you either like, dislike, or feel good about or don't feel good about, but it's just the important thing is they're people that you think about a lot. But you're right. I mean, people could, it's aversive to bring to mind someone that creates, low control satisfaction. So that's definitely a problem. We've, one of the things with folks who are struggling with depression, I've often thought, we assign these relational contexts, self with others, self in different roles, but self when depressed. There might be, there are also internal contexts, that are important. How do you think about the self when depressed? But that's a problem, absolutely. One thing I will say is, at least in a clinical, I think that's more of a problem with college student samples. In clinical contexts, clients are coming in saying, I'm distressed, I'm depressed. They're not, presenting necessarily. There's exceptions to this. Some folks are, especially I'm thinking narcissistic personality disorder. It's not their problem. It's everybody else is an asshole or jerk. I'm fine. I don't get it. The world's awful. But in most cases, clients are not defensive in terms of saying, hey, I'm distressed, and so might be less of a problem with them. But
right, and depending upon what you're doing, I'm not just saying this to defend it. In the college students, in the basic research samples, whoever they are, the participants are anonymous. So then there is an advantage, because if you are revealing information, it's quite clear that nobody's going to see it with your identifier
that's true too.
on it.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Also I have to say there's limitations, right, to every study, and this was a Qualtrics sample of adults. It was a pretty diverse sample, but still, it's this was a Qualtrics sample, so there's that too. And the early work was all with college students.
And having asked that question, that's not unique to these methods. I mean, every form of, I assume Aaron Beck report of triggers situations. It's the same issue. Maybe people are trying to make a good impression by saying that they have a high sense of self-efficacy. Yeah. And of course, much of the social cognitive literature predicts behavior from those measures, and is the
Yeah.
suggests that they couldn't have been just making it up.
Yep.
Any more questions? Walt, I do have one.
Yeah.
I know you're not starting working on that, but still developing the scale. Do you already have some data that you look, depressive patients, they answer the questionnaire before, go to intervention, and afterwards, and see whether there is a change on their behavior or, on the self-schemas and things like that?
No, so the question is, do we have pre and post measures with clients who've completed some of these assessments?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be the study I think needs to happen. We do have some data with undergraduates where and it's actually under review right now. It was a study where we had undergraduates, and tomorrow I'll provide a link if you're interested in doing this. There's a Qualtrics link where you can go online and complete these measures of the relational self-schema measure and the goal measure that we use. We have a moral standard assessment procedure that's very involved. It requires that you, as a result of assessing your goals and your relational schemata, we then ask you to think of positive and negative situations and list those situations that occurred relevant to your goal pursuit, relevant to the 4 targets you list on the relational self-schema measure, both positive and negative situations that occurred with those others. For each, they've written descriptions of these situations. Then for each situation we ask, were there feelings of satisfaction or dissatisfaction because you did something you feel like you shouldn't have done, or did something you feel like you should have done? Did you, violate or successfully meet a moral standard? We define what that is. Then we use they write an open-ended description of what the standard is, but then we ask them to categorize it. And again, this is that ideographic kind of nomothetic approach that the measures have ideographic features to it, and that people can list any moral standard. And we also, there's some other nomothetic things we ask about those moral standards. But then they categorize the moral standard into one of 9 moral standard categories that were used in this paper that was published in Science, where people completed daily diary, it was a moral standard study. Linda Skicka was on that one, Dan, if you know which paper I'm talking about. Or, Anyways, and then for the 4 moral standards that are endorsed, 4 moral standard categories that emerge the most frequently for the recalled situations. For each of those 4 moral standards, we have them complete items that include things like how satisfied and dissatisfied are with how frequently you meet this moral standard. How confident are you that you can behave in a way to successfully meet the standard? So we get self-efficacy, satisfaction. Do you view this standard as something positive to approach, or is it always something that, if it's honesty, for example, are you thinking about it as trying to be honest, or are you thinking about it as avoiding being dishonest? So we ask a bunch of items that get at these dimensions that in the goal literature has been shown to be important. You can go on, I'll provide the link, you can go online and complete this thing. It takes about an hour and a half to do. But what you get at the end is I have a friend of Dan's, a friend of mine now, I guess, Ananda, has created an RStudio program that can automatically take this Qualtrics survey data and generate PowerPoint slides that graphically illustrate and display your findings, so you get feedback on your moral standards, goal systems, self-schemata, and then temperament, behavioral inhibition and behavioral activation temperament systems. We use the BISBAS measure, which is a measure a lot of researchers use to look at that. But, sorry, I forgot why I started down this long road. We had undergraduates, we had them complete measures of depression, anxiety, psychological well-being. Then they completed this hour and a half long personality structure assessment survey. Then we had research assistants. We ran their feed, we gave them the PowerPoint slides illustrating their feedback, and we had research assistants do a Zoom 30-minute personality assessment feedback session. And what we found is that, and we had them retake the measures of psychological well-being, depression and anxiety, and we have the paper that's under review shows that receiving feedback on your assessed personality structures for these students reduced depression, reduced anxiety, increased psychological well-being. But that's not the whole personality assessment procedure. That took 3 hours of research participation, which was the maximum amount of hours students have to get. So that's all we could do. The next study we're going to do is assign people to a Barnum personality assessment feedback condition, or this social cognitive personality assessment, and we'll have a control condition, and we're going to see if we can beat the Barnum effect, which the Barnum effect, if you don't know, is where you receive overly generalized feedback that is not real. Everybody in the Barnum condition gets the same feedback, and they think they took all these personality assessment measures, not ours, but standard personality assessment instruments, trait-like measures. And then during the 30-minute feedback session, they're all given the same feedback in the Barnum condition, like, you have a great deal of unused potential. Oh yeah, that's me, you nailed it. The Barnum condition is very believable by participants. We piloted it. We want to see if we can beat that.
Almost like beating the placebo effect, right? Any more questions? No?
Yeah,
So
thank you.
let's... Antes da gente ir embora, o Roberto tem um anúncio para fazer.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Eu gostaria de fazer um anúncio em relação ao nosso próximo evento e, na qualidade de presidente da próxima edição, eu gostaria de convidar a equipe organizadora para poder estar aqui comigo, para que todo mundo possa conhecer quem é a equipe organizadora. E já tem uma observação para fazer. A professora Sueli Polidoro também faz parte da comissão organizadora. Infelizmente, ela teve um problema aí familiar, mas só para ressaltar que, então, a nossa equipe organizadora do próximo evento é composta por mim, pela professora Roberta Aze, pelo professor Dario e pelo professor Roraima e pela professora Sueli Polidoro. E nós, então, queremos anunciar algumas informações para vocês sobre o próximo evento, né? Então, como vocês podem ver, a gente já tem data, vai ser do dia 25 ao dia 27 de julho do próximo ano. Vai ser aqui em Campinas e com muita probabilidade, 99% de chances de ser aqui neste lugar, na Faculdade de Ciências Médicas aqui da Unicamp. Então, anunciando para vocês, a gente já está fazendo contatos, mas já temos 2 palestrantes internacionais convidados, professor Daniel Cervone, professor Walt Scott. Também temos ali convidados nacionais que participarão do evento. Em breve a gente consegue colocar informações mais detalhadas para vocês. o que é importante de colocar para vocês em termos de atividade, né? O que vai estar acontecendo? Algumas, então, conferências nacionais e internacionais, mesas redondas. Teremos uma atividade diferente das que já foram feitas em edições passadas, que são os diálogos temáticos, apresentação de trabalhos, lançamento de livros. E uma das coisas que eu queria anunciar para vocês aqui é o nosso site, que já... Deixa eu ver se ele acessa aqui. Acho que não, né? Não, né? Roraima, você me ajuda aqui? Enquanto o Dario... Pode ser, Dario, pode ser. Só queria fazer para vocês também o lançamento de uma proposta que a gente está convidando vocês para fazer parte. Então, toda a audiência, quem está nos acompanhando online, né? Para que possa, e isso nós vamos direcionar para o e-mail de vocês, num primeiro momento, na nossa mailing list, essa máscara aqui, né? Que vocês poderão, por exemplo, colocar a foto de vocês aqui onde está a Roberta, depois onde estamos nós ali. Se vocês quiserem fazer grupos para poder colocar ali no Nós Vamos, a ideia é que vocês possam colocar a foto de vocês e compartilhar nas redes sociais de vocês, para que a gente possa fazer um evento bem bonito no ano que vem. Então, todo mundo que já participou dos eventos e as pessoas nas quais a gente tem o e-mail de vocês, então, vocês receberam isso para que vocês possam colocar isso e divulgar bastante o nosso evento, para que a gente possa lotar um auditório muito lindo que tem aqui na Faculdade de Ciências Médicas. Preciso registrar e dar o crédito que essa ideia foi da Roberta. O site, só para finalizar, ele está em construção, é importante que vocês saibam disso, né? Ele está ficando bem bonito. E vocês vão poder verificar no site, vamos esperar abrir aqui, que a gente tem... Dario, se você puder correr... Isso, legal, obrigado. A gente tem aqui algumas informações a respeito do evento propriamente dito, né? Tem fotos, inclusive, das edições passadas. Temos informações, já algumas informações do próximo seminário, né? Essas informações vão ser ainda mais atualizadas, conforme os convidados vão confirmando a participação. E a gente também tem fotos e informações dos eventos anteriores. Então, para quem ainda não participou de nenhuma edição, fica aqui o convite para que vocês possam conhecer esse evento que está entrando na sua 5ª edição. Ele acontece a cada 2 anos. A última edição foi o ano passado em razão da pandemia, então, portanto, foi uma edição online, né? E a gente tem o nosso e-mail, tem um e-mail aqui que vocês podem, tem o contato que vocês podem enviar para a gente questões, solicitando informações, que a gente tem o maior prazer em responder, para que vocês possam ficar bem informados a respeito do próximo evento, que eu diria para vocês é uma edição assim imperdível, né? E também preciso fazer um registro, que depois isso vai estar no site, que a gente tem fotos e também informações a respeito dos palestrantes que já participaram, alguns palestrantes internacionais, que nós fizemos entrevistas com eles. Então, nós temos na revista TSC em Foco, nós temos, então, entrevista com o professor Daniel Cervone, entrevista com o professor Caprara, Roger Azevedo, que são os pesquisadores internacionais que já participaram do nosso evento, e também tem artigos relacionados a diferentes áreas, em especial a área da educação, a respeito, então, de pesquisas, de estudos que são feitos sob o referencial da teoria social cognitiva. Queria deixar esse registro, porque na revista TSC em Foco, a gente também tem informações das edições anteriores e de pesquisas que foram apresentadas nessas edições. Tá bom? Roberta, ok? Então é isso. Muito obrigado.